30. All right, welcome everyone. Good to have everybody here in the chamber and everybody who is watching online. We are gathered here as the Athens-Clarke County Commission and Mayor here on Tuesday, June 7th. And we are here for several purposes tonight, and we'll have several opportunities for public input that I'll outline in just a couple of moments. I'm going to begin by asking Clerk Spratlin to do a roll call for us.
Davenport.
Here.
Parker.
Here.
Blink. Wright.
Present.
Denson.
Here.
Poole.
Here.
Edwards.
Here.
Myers.
Here.
Thornton.
Here.
Handy.
Here.
And we have a quorum.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. I appreciate it. All right, first order of business is approval of the minutes of meetings of Tuesday, May 3rd, Tuesday, May 10th, Thursday, May 10th, Tuesday, May 17th, and May non-voting meetings. Do I hear a motion for such approval?
Mayor.
Second.
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Thornton and a second from Commissioner Houle. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, hearing none, motion carries. Madam Clerk, are there any written communications?
The entry to the record, we have notice of acceptance of additional right-of-way for Grove Street.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. I appreciate that. All right, before we move on with public hearings and resident input, have a couple of things to introduce. I'm going to come down next to the clerk for the first. All right, so in our tradition of winning awards from across the state and across the nation, Athens-Clarke County government has achieved the What Works City Silver certification in recognition of its exceptional use of data to guide decision-making and improve residents' lives. The What Works City certification is a national Bloomberg Philanthropies initiative led by Results for America, which has awarded certification to 55 U.S. cities with populations of 30,000 or more for outstanding data practices since 2017. The certification evaluates how well cities are managed by measuring the extent to which leaders incorporate data and evidence in their decision-making. Certification was developed by a team of experts from Results for America in consultation with What Works Cities and with support from other partners, including the Government Performance Lab at the Harvard Kennedy School, the Center for Government Excellence at Johns Hopkins University, and the Behavioral Insights team. Athens-Clarke was one of 100 cities selected for the original What Works Cities cohort and has been a participant since 2017. And tonight, accepting the award on behalf of Athens-Clarke County Government What Works Cities, our Assistant to the Manager, Sarah George, ARPA Data and Outcomes Coordinator, Paige Seago, and Chief Data Officer, Joseph D'Angelo. So if y'all could come up to catch your Frisbee.
Thank you.
All right. Now this heavy. I'm just letting you know. Paige, you want to take the honor? All right. Okay. All right, round of applause, everybody. Good job. All right, and secondly, we are fortunate to have a new department head, and so I would like to turn it over to Manager Blaine Williams so he can introduce our new transit director.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm proud to introduce Ryan Silkenberger, who's our new Athens-Clarke County Transit Director. He's been on the job the last few days, and I'm going to ask him to stand up and introduce himself, tell you a little bit about himself.
Thank you, Manager Williams. Make it brief today as an introduction, but I want to thank you for the opportunity to introduce myself proactively here. I'm excited to join the ACC Transit team. I've been here for a few days, and it's good to roll up my sleeves and be involved. Quick background about myself. I started my transportation career with the Chicago Transit Authority, and then I moved on to Director of Student Transportation for the Washington, D.C. Public Schools, and most recently the Los Angeles Unified School District as Director of Student Transportation. All of those experiences taught me one thing, and that is that transportation is all about people. And that includes the passengers, obviously, the bus drivers, and I think I would say bus drivers twice, mechanics, the operation support staff, and all the other public, which includes pedestrians, bicyclists, and anybody else on the road. When making decisions or planning, I strive to keep that in mind, that it's all about people and how it impacts people. So again, I want to thank you for the opportunity to introduce myself. I'm looking forward to get started.
Thanks, Ryan. Really glad to have you on the team. Welcome. Welcome to Athens. All right, everyone. There are going to be 6 opportunities for public input tonight. There's going to be public hearing number 3 on the fiscal year 23 budget. There's going to be public input on the consent agenda, on old and new business, on each of the 2 zoning items, and then at the conclusion of the meeting, there will be public input on any item not on tonight's agenda. In each of these cases, with a slight exception for zoning, there will be a 3-minute opportunity for public input. There's a light on Clerk Spratlin's desk in front of her. It will be green when you begin speaking. After 2.5 minutes, it will turn yellow, which means you are close to the end, and at 3 minutes, it will turn red, which means your time is up. So that's our story. We're sticking to it. And the first hearing, as I mentioned, is for public hearing number 3 on the proposed FY23 budget as required by state law. So if anybody would like to speak to the budget, now is that time. You can step right up to the podium. And for everybody speaking, we just need to know your name, place of residence, and then you can provide your comments.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I am Sheila Neely Norman. I'm a lifelong East Athens resident. And tonight I'm here to speak about the proposed tax increase, home tax increase. I spoke at, I think, the May 12th meeting. So tonight I have a petition to present, and it states, "We, the undersigned, ask you to vote no on the proposed tax increase and put a 3-year hold on any proposed increase. With challenging inflation and the aftermath of a pandemic, this 3-year hold will be beneficial to all of Athens and will bring relief to many who are suffering greatly." And I'd also like to thank Commissioner Thornton and Commissioner Hull for acknowledging that you did receive my petition, because I did send it to all of the commissioners and the mayor. And I'd like to present it.
And just provide to the attorney, and he'll take that from you. Thanks, Ms. Neely Norman. Y'all, I thank you for being here. We have several public input, so if you just hold demonstrations, that way everybody can get through. Anyone else here to speak to the FY23 budget?
I'm John Q. Williams. I'm here as a citizen and resident of Clarke County. I am a supporter of law enforcement as a whole, and in particular, I have my own vested interest in the Clarke County Sheriff's Office, and I know there's a process to go through, and I just wanted to appear today to kind of implore you all to consider what you can do. I know it's been questioned what can be done about the pay discrepancies between the Sheriff's Office and the Police Department, but I just wanted to give a little bit more information if there's something in the near future that can be done that addresses it from a budgetary standpoint. All around us, agencies are going up on their pay for law enforcement. It's a dire need, and it's no less here. And I think in Clarke County, we've tried to kind of just tread water for long enough, for way too long. Instead of trying to keep pace, we need to try to get ahead of that pace. Commerce PD is paying $43,000 coming in. Jackson County is going up. Madison County is going up. Oconee County, right next door, is at $43,000. They're paying their incoming dispatchers $40,000. Our deputies and detention officers coming in at $39,000 is just not going to be sustainable for us. I ask you all to consider that, and I understand that there's been talk about an approved pay study to address directly. Any pay study that does not consider that there is a market value within this very county, that UGA police have the same applicants as us, that Athens-Clarke County police have the same applicants. On top of that, they compare the investigators at the district attorneys and other offices at the courthouse with the police department salaries. And then they say that our salaries are lower because we do less. Well, that's a total misconception. We do more than any investigator does as far as the court investigators. We also, in addition to warrants, civil services, we do eviction procedures, we do transports for mental health, we do transports for many agencies throughout the county when they have money that they have to drop off. There are some things that just have not been taken into consideration. And I ask that you all take these into consideration for any pay study, any considerations, because it's not just apples to apples. There's a team effort that goes on. And for anybody to say that the PD is more valuable or that they're more dangerous is just not true. They're either lying to you or they're holding their own agenda. I'm here to tell you that my deputy's getting spit on, urine thrown on them, feces thrown on them at any given day, and then having to just maintain. That is unacceptable. And can we just justify that with pay? No. There's other things we got to do. $9,000 a year is what we have to pay in health insurance.
Thank
Our
you, Sheriff
benefits
Williams.
are horrible.
Appreciate it.
Everything else is. Consider all these factors. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, again, anyone else like to speak to the fiscal year 23 budget?
Yes, sir. My name is Beth Morton. Mayor and Commissioners, as a homeowner and registered voter in Athens-Clarke County, I want to also address the issue of pay inequality for our law enforcement officers. Officers of the Clarke County Sheriff's Office are paid at least $7,600 less than Athens-Clarke County police officers, and $10,000 less than UGA Police Department. I will start by commending the many professional and heroic officers that are currently serving with our Sheriff's Office, despite the pay inequality, and remain dedicated to the job and our community. Unfortunately, many others that were also dedicated but owed it to their families to go where they are paid better and receive better benefits have had to leave, and we can't hold that against them. Communities throughout Georgia and the United States are in a bidding war for law enforcement officers right now. If our Sheriff's Department can't at least offer equal pay and benefits comparable to those of other agencies, they will never be able to effectively compete in the job market and therefore not able to reach full strength. How would you feel if your spouse or child came home and said they wanted to join law enforcement, but that they wanted to work at the Clarke County Sheriff's Office, getting paid thousands of dollars less than any other officer at any other agency and risking their lives just as much as those officers? Would you support that? Would you feel good about that? And I ask you, if it's not good enough for your families, why would it be good enough for your constituents and their families? Are the lives of the Clarke County Sheriff's Department officers worth less than any other law enforcement officer in our area? Do you want somebody working for thousands of dollars less, being your school resource officer, being the one that responds in an active shooter case at your child's school? Or do you want the best that money can buy? I implore you to reverse this egregious decision not to pay the dedicated professional law enforcement officers of the Clarke County Sheriff's Office the same as every other law enforcement protection officer in this county. This isn't a police problem. This is a county problem. Clarke County Sheriff's Office swears the same oaths, attends the same trainings, and are expected to run toward the same dangers, the same gunfire, the same burning vehicles as every other law enforcement officer in this county.
Thank you, Ms. Horton.
They should be paid accordingly. Thank you.
Appreciate it. If there are others to speak to the budget, you can go ahead and line up at the podium behind the speaker.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Melvin Jeter. I live at 208 Cherokee Ridge, Athens, Georgia. It is an honor and also a sadness to be here before you tonight to talk about the disparities of the Clarke County Sheriff's Office. You can just go 2 miles away, just 2 miles away, and receive $43,179 for deputies' pay, starting green off the street. I've been in 3 departments. I first started off in Elbert County, came to the University of Georgia, and I went to the Clarke County Sheriff's Office, just 2 miles away. And just think, the detention officers start off at $41,229. While our people start off at $39,700. Now, with any rational mind, if you're a rational person, what would you do? You go to Oconee County, live in Clarke County, enjoy the fringe of Clarke County and all the fruits of Clarke County. That's what I would do. I put together a packet for each one of the commissioners. I left you a packet showing exactly what we do. Mr. Hamby, I think I talked to you today in reference to that. Ms. Ovita, I think I talked to you today in reference to it. Now, I think there's a false thing about the Sheriff's Department. We are charged with, you think we're charged with taking care of the courts and providing security for the judges, taking care of the jails, serving civil and criminal papers. We do that. But also, if you look in your packet, you'll see additional stuff that we do. The scope of the Sheriff Department goes beyond the outline that's in the packet. And if you have time to peruse it, I know you haven't time to peruse the packet that I gave you, and maybe in your heart you will look at this packet and see that the Clarke County Sheriff's Department office deserves pay. I pray that you look at this packet and you call a special session to address those discrepancies in the pay. I want to thank you for your time. God bless America.
Thank you, Mr. Jeter. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Phyllis Childs. I live in Five Points, and I'm here tonight to strongly encourage you to reduce the property tax millage rate even further. For many of you that don't know me, and there are plenty here that don't, I retired after 31 years with the Clarke County School District. I taught English as a second language and traveled between many of our schools here. Never in my wildest dreams did I think I needed to plan to pay over $600 a month off the top to pay for property taxes. That doesn't buy a meal. That doesn't buy a gallon of gas. That goes to property taxes. For a place that I love living in, for a place that I remodeled before I retired so I would not have monumental expenses. And now property taxes are almost forcing me to move. I don't like this. I implore you to look at this budget again. You've got to find a way to reduce property taxes. I applaud Sheila Neely Norman for her freeze on property taxes, but I also ask you to look at the expenses, the expenditures that you have planned. You need to fund our law enforcement, and you need to help property owners. Thank you.
Others here to speak to the FY23 budget.
Hey, good evening. I'm Doug Maddox. I've been working with the Sheriff's Department for almost 20 years. I know it's beating a dead horse, and I really do applaud my sheriff. This is the first time that we've had somebody that we work for that has spoken out for us. As far as the pay discrepancy, we're in no less danger than any police officer. While we're out there, we have the same uniform to anybody else. If we're answering a civil call and somebody's committed a crime, If they don't even respond that information to us, when I'm knocking on the door, he might think I'm after him, and I don't have any idea what's going on. My last year on the road before the new sheriff came in, I worked a whole year on the road by myself, doing warrants, picking up crazy people, 1096s. It's no less dangerous. We all want to serve our community, and it's not our fault that our job differences are less or whatever. That was done way long time ago when the Unified Government of Clarke County got put together. They set out and said, the sheriff's office does this, the PD does that. We had no control. This sheriff has no control of that. If you want to give us more responsibilities, if he can do it, then that's something that the county needs to talk about with the sheriff and everybody else. I appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Maddox. Anyone else here to speak to the FY23 budget?
Hi, Susan Monteverdi, Athens, Georgia. I'm glad you all got recognized for data because I've got a lot of data here for you too. So I've given you a lot so far, but I've given you over $6 million in possible cuts from the budget. I know you don't like to cut anything, but could you please get the 6% CCSD millage rate cut? That's a drop from 13.7 to 13.2 is only 3.6%. I think this is achievable with the Thornton Hamby CDO. Many of you do not want to use any of the $57 million ARP money for important capital items needed, which includes all types of life cycle replacements. The budget is calling for over $7 million fund balance from F22 to be used for these purposes. Future budgets are still going to be behind well into the years ahead. Just like you are still behind in paving, even though allocating $29 million from SPLOST 23. You could use ARP money for the $2.1 million needed for equipment replacement, including the ladder truck, but I think you would rather figure out ways to create buyer service fees on commercial businesses, and I assume you would include Piedmont Hospital in this mix, correct? It is obvious you plan to make up needed capital funding in the future through tax increases or rolling the dice for state and federal grant monies. What you all personally see as the appropriate transformation of Athens-Clarke County may not be what all residents want, especially when they see how their taxes will go up. You would be wise to hold inclusive town halls, which represent all of a diverse Athens. Operational costs associated with SPLOST projects are required to be reported. This year, SPLOST is adding $500,000 to the budget. Unless if you pull out part of Beach Haven, it's not quite as much. ARP projects are not supposed to create new operational costs. Yet from the new buckets allocated, it seems to me there will be considerable increases in operational costs year over year over year. ARP projects do not have to report associated operational costs. I suggest you increase another column in the ARP spreadsheet for the anticipated operational costs. Let people understand the consequences of your actions. You can see, I have a graph here, you can see from general government expenses started to exceed sales tax revenues mid-2018, and the gap is increasing, relying more heavily on property tax increases, which is 51% of the budget to date. It seems like a good time for departments to take a look at their operational aspects for better efficiency and for this commission to stop creating new initiatives requiring more and more tax dollars from a small budget in a small city. And I think maybe you could look at the combination. I think that the sheriff and the ACCPD was part of the unified government business. Maybe there's some scale of efficiencies there if they were put back together. But just don't mind me. So here's my graph. This is property tax. This is sales tax. The gray line, I had a colored one here, but I didn't have time to print it out. The gray one is the government, general government expenses exceeds sales tax revenue starting in 2018. It's going wider and wider and wider. This type of budget is unsustainable. Thank you
Ms.
very
Monteverdi.
much.
Anyone else here to speak to the FY23 budget?
How you doing? My name's Dan Henson. I was born and raised in this town. I was born here in '66. My parents came here in the '50s. Yeah, I've been here 30 years with the sheriff's office. If those of you think that the police department is more dangerous, I can tell you right now, I was involved in a shooting right out in front of the federal building. That man right back there took the bullet. That man still has not been brought to trial. Okay? I'll never forget it. But I'm still here. I've done everything from kick doors in. I've done everything from taking people I've gone to Detroit. I flew in airplanes with inmates. We've done it all. We do a lot more than what we're getting credit for. I'm very upset about it, actually, that for 30 years that I get looked at like that. Whereas I'm on my way out and I don't get my pay increase on my STEP program. You know, that's not right. I've given, and I expect to be taken care of properly. Okay? My dad did, Miss Spratlin here, I was up here with Judge Jones. She used to come in the back door and put her hands on her hips at 4:30. On Tuesday night, we would get out of here. It's great to see Miss Spratlin, it's awesome. Anyway, but my dad he did free dental practice for the sheriff's office for 20 years. I think that when they found out when Dad retired that, you know, it costs a lot of money to have a dentist in your jail. You know, the people like that stepped forward and took care of this county. Now, we're just asking y'all to step forward and take care of us. That's all. We do a hard job. We do a long job. I only get about 5 days off a month, 6 days. I work 10 to 12-hour days a week and then go to the jail and work 2 shifts on the weekends. And I drive everywhere. I haven't lived in Clarke County for 10, 12 years, but I come here because I love this place. I love this town. I drive an hour and a half a day to come here to work from Dawsonville, Georgia. I hope that means something because I love this town and I just want y'all to take care of us. We have a great sheriff. I'm so happy that he stood up for us. We haven't had that since Jerry Massey days, and I don't think anybody in here really knew Jerry Massey. You do? Okay. So that's where I started. So I commend Sheriff Williams. I'm very proud of him today. They just take care of us. That's all we ask. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Henson. Is that everybody speak to the FY23 budget?
Good evening. I'm Twan Leverett. I stay on the Lexington Road. I'm the chief deputy for the sheriff's office. I worked for the county for a number of years. I'm not going to speak about the pay discrepancy. I am going to speak about the level of professionalism and sacrifice that officers use every day in protecting the people in this room and the citizens of Athens-Clarke County. My children are in public schools in Athens. I have a vested interest in the success and continued success of Athens. I have put my life on the line to defend some people in this room for their freedoms and their freedoms of speech and to do all those things. And I will put my life on the line for each one of you in defense of those things. It is time that is honored, the sacrifice, the professionalism, and the dedication of law enforcement in this county. We do this every day, day in and day out. We don't regret it. We come in with pride and we serve with a desire to make this community better. I hope that this message doesn't fall on deaf ears and we realize that this is a competitive market for people with this service mentality, and it's also something that is to be honored, and it's also noble for people that are willing to sacrifice and give up their selves for the safety and success of others. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Leverett. Anyone else here to speak to the FY23 budget before we move on to the consent agenda? All right, thank you. All right, again, hearing none. Oh.
All right, Benita Davenport, and 286 Carl Bethlehem Road, long-term resident of Athens, Georgia, previously. Here to speak on the mayor's proposed budget. Starting off basically with the mission statement of Athens-Clarke County, as it states, Athens-Clarke County, an open and responsive government facilitating a positive environment for individuals to obtain a high quality of life and local organizations to achieve success by providing innovative, high-quality services and responsible stewardship of the community's resources to benefit current and future generations. With that noted, I feel that we have failed miserably for District 3 in regards to a community youth center. And so we're speaking on that request today again, that we make it known that we are still asking that the collective of Athens-Clarke County officials make it a priority and make it tangible by including it and implementing it into the development of the Leisure Services Master Plan. And then furthermore, to consider allocating funds for the Juneteenth event so that we can continue to propel the conversations for merging political and underserved communities' interests in a relaxed environment. We all know too well, as for myself, it's a little daunting to get up here and speak to a collective without personally knowing you guys and your own interests. But when we don't get feedback into that quote-unquote responsive government, it feels like we're talking on deaf ears. There has been a lot of work behind the Juneteenth event. If y'all aren't aware, we invite y'all June 18th, Saturday at Hollins Park, so you can see what we've worked on for the past 3 years for a Juneteenth event. And again, all of the labor that we put into creating this was in the interest of bringing light to that area does not have a lot of resources for our youth. I back that up with noting that the mayor's budget includes a notion for the Youth Cadet program. I appreciate that I misspoke last time in regards to an article that was for a different location, but it doesn't detest the fact that my interest is in the statistics as to how effective those programs are. And that's really what I'm after, in knowing where those funds go to, what the curriculum looks like, who's going to be in charge of those things, more so than a vague directive in the Athens Police strategic goal that just says this is what we're doing. The 2017-2021 budget plan kind of looked a little bit better because it had actions behind it, but I don't know where, and I don't know that the community is aware of what the Youth Cadet program actually looks like for Athens-Clarke County. So I feel like those funds can be dispersed differently. Inevitably, speak to the youth, see if that's something they want, because if they're not protected in our community, how would they want to serve our community?
Thanks, Ms. Davenport.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Broderick Flanagan, 243 Sunset Drive. I'm here to speak in support of Ms. Davenport and the Rolling Ridge community and some of the needs there. I'm aware that in a couple of years ago, when we moved about $4 million for the prosperity package, that some of that money was supposed to go towards building a community center in the neighborhood that she's talking about, or in the area, general area. And so I would urge and implore y'all to do the same thing, to consider doing something for the youth out there in that community. There's a great need there. I run a literacy program out in Rolling Ridge through my neighborhood leader position. And they don't have a community center or anywhere to meet, to be out of the hot sun or out of the weather when we're outside during that literacy program. And so, again, that community is very special and near and dear to me because I work in that community and also have relatives that live over there. There's just unsafe conditions. There's no fencing even by the playground. It's right there by the road, by the highway. If some of the kids were to run out there near the street while playing at the playground, there's just no buffer or barrier right there. That's a risk or hazard for some of those youth playing in the area. And so these things are severely needed. And again, speaking to just the equity piece, for 4th of July, we spend several $1,000s when the fireworks were downtown and now at Ben Burton Park. And so just for equitable measure, I remember Crystal Coburn, before she was run off, before she left, she spoke to diversity being, diversity and inclusion not really having meaning unless you put resources behind it. And so when you put resources behind it, not just for things like social activities and things like fireworks, but real tangible resources, like for the things that we're doing for the business community with looking at procurement and minority inclusion. I would urge y'all to think about future budgets, but to put aside some funds to really invest in those things and those programs to get minority businesses to a place where they can compete, where they can build their capacity. Not only that, we need to just do a lot of more anti-poverty measures. so we can make sure communities like Rolling Ridge, Nellie B, and others are more stable. They can stabilize their tax bases and their economic bases, property taxes and things of that nature. You do that things through good jobs and positions and making sure you put all residents in position to be in a position to be able to thrive. And so those are some of the things that we're advocating for. I appreciate Ms. Davenport coming to speak up about these issues. Again, I wasn't even considering speaking tonight unless she came out, but I want to put my voice and emphasis behind everything that she said, and I want to continue to work with her in the community to make sure these communities are made whole. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flanagan. All right, last call for the fiscal 23 budget. All right, we're going to move on to public input on the consent agenda. Those are items 1 through 13. Anyone like to speak to any item on the consent agenda? That is items 1 through 13. Would any commissioner like to remove an item from consent tonight? Commissioner Myers?
Yeah, I just wanted to, I've got to get the number here. The tree plan, which I think is what?
It's 7.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, 7 will be on discussion.
Can we get a list? We don't have a list of 1 through 13.
It's in the hallway on the table. I went there. Anyone else like to remove an item from consent? All right, would anyone like to speak to old or new business? And those are items 7 now and 14 through 30. Would anyone like to speak to old or new business? There's 7 and 14 through 30.
Point of order, shouldn't we vote on consent first?
We'll do that.
We'll give it. You want to check to see if people got a chance to see what's on it? Okay, Alan Jones.
Yeah.
Is
You ready? Okay, hi, I'm Alan Jones, 195 Xavier Drive, and I hope y'all will unanimously pass item 23, designating this month as Pride. Since moving here, I've been beaten to the ground and kicked repeatedly after walking out of Bone Shakers. 10 years ago yesterday, June 6th, my previous partner and best friend, Michael, was tired of all the bigotry and homophobia, so he put a bag over his head and ended his life. We need this. But I want to fast forward to a few weeks ago. My partner now, Shane, was out on the campaign trail for me when he ran into my challenger and one of his lead organizers. Shane approached them, introduced himself, mentioned that whoever wins, we plan to work together, and regardless of the outcome, he invited them to our home for a glass of wine once the election was over. The volunteer gave Shane his business card, identifying him as the Community Schools Organizer for Cedar Shoals in the Division of Community Engagement. I later learned that he is also on the library board and the hearing board appointed by y'all, and I'm sure you know who I'm talking about. After this event, the gentleman drove back up to Shane, rudely accosted him with questions about our sexual relationship, told him that win or lose, he was going to run me out of town, then took pictures of Shane and posted them on his personal Facebook page between multiple postings promoting his candidate with the caption of Alan Jones's lover. On election day, he posted a video of himself where he said that his candidate was the only man in the race and referred to me as she and sweet, common tropes used to belittle gay men. People have replied to the comment regarding its inappropriateness, but they remain up. Someone sent the school board an email, but the posts remain up. An ex-school board member brought it up to these guys' bosses, Superintendent Thomas and Dr. Harris, the Chief of Community Engagement and Strategic Partnerships, but they are still up. This is Oglethorpe Elementary all over again. The silence of some of our leaders and their refusal to call this out, this type of behavior out, especially now during Pride Month, speaks volumes. I know you have little influence over our school policy and discipline, but this is unacceptable behavior for someone who has influence over our children, represents our schools, our community, or in an area you do have control over, our government boards. If we don't have a policy on what's inappropriate for our tax-funded community leaders to post on social media, we should. If y'all think this is not okay, you need to let that be known in more than just words. I'm a taxpayer, and I don't want to have any of my money going to a bigot or a system that supports and turns a blind eye to such behavior.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Would anyone else like to speak to old or new business? Those are items 7 and 14 through 30.
All right, I'm Lauren Blaze, 140 Inglewood Avenue, Chair of the Athens in Motion Commission to implement the Bike and Pedestrian Master Plan. So on your agenda tonight is item 16 for further discussion to update our Complete Streets policy, which affirms a holistic approach to road maintenance and construction. I hope you will approve and pass this update. So for the benefit of the public, anyone here and walking at home, a Complete Streets framework shifts the status quo of street design from being car-centric to being designed for all users. So that's all of us here. The focus changes from modes of transportation to people going places, and I love what the new the transit director said about people there. So that's you and me and all of us going to work, going to school, taking our kids places, visiting our friends and family, going to commission meetings where we are trying to make our community better. And so going places and getting there safely. ACC's first Complete Streets policy passed in 2012 and preceded the Athens in Motion Bike and Pedestrian Master Plan. The old policy, it's still in effect. However, it has no teeth and no mention of equity. The Athens in Motion Plan has served as a template for how to successfully operationalize equity in planning and prioritization. Complete Streets can be applied to urban and rural environments. Context is key, and there's no one-size-fits-all solution. So whether you live in 5 Points or off Mitchell Bridge Road or off of Pittard Road, there are many of options to make our streets and our roads safer. And these options are not predetermined, but will come forward to the Mayor Commission, so that's you all, as recommendations from Transportation and Public Works, GDOT, and the Athens in Motion Commission, which is an advisory committee of residents. In fact, Transportation and Public Works is already incorporating Complete Streets principles. This document just serves to codify those principles, so we're already doing this. A road may go through many phases with different kinds of bike and pedestrian infrastructure, bike lane sidewalks, multi-use paths, two-way cycle tracks, on its way to becoming a complete street. But ideally, we want to build our roads right the first time. Right now, there are hundreds of streets and roads listed in the Athens in Motion Plan that are in dire need of facilities to walk, to ride, and roll. And with so many roads to remedy, it is important to not continually add to our backlog of roads needing infrastructure. So I hope that you will approve our update to the Complete Streets policy tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Blaze. Would anyone else like to speak to items of old or new business? All right, coming behind the rail, I'd entertain a motion for approval of the consent agenda. And again, those are items 1 through 6 and 8 through 13.
So moved. Second.
Yeah, and ordinances to read, and so I'm going to have Attorney Drake do that now.
We have 6 of them, items 1 through 6. Item 1, an ordinance to amend the FY22 annual operating and capital budget for Athens-Clarke County, Georgia, so as to provide funding to the Central Services Department from the Georgia Department of Public Health, DPH, for the purpose of replacing the roof at 345 North Harris Street and for other purposes. Item 2, an ordinance to amend the FY22 annual operating and capital budget for Athens-Clarke County, Georgia, so as to provide funding for deficits related to the unexpected November SPLOST election and for expenses associated with the 2021-2022 redistricting precinct card postage in the Board of Elections Department and for other purposes. Item 3, an ordinance to amend the FY 2023 operating and capital budget for Athens-Clarke County, Georgia, so as to provide state and local grant funding for juvenile court judges, salaries and benefits, and for other purposes. Item 4, an ordinance to amend the FY 2022 annual operating and capital budget for Athens-Clarke County, Georgia, so as to provide grant funding if awarded from the Georgia Department of Transportation, GDOT, for the Runway 2-20 Rehabilitation and Safety Area Improvement Project at the Athens-Ben Epps Airport and for other purposes. Item 5, an ordinance to amend the special purpose local option sales tax 2011 budget for Athens-Clarke County so as to provide additional funding for the special purpose local option sales tax 2011 project number 27 area-wide stormwater improvement program and for other purposes. And finally, item 6, an ordinance to amend the special purpose local option sales tax 2011 program budget so as to provide additional funding for the 9 SPLOST 2011 projects identified below and for other purposes. That's all of it.
All right, thank you, Attorney Drake. And I had a motion from Commissioner Wright and second from Commissioner Davenport. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion carries, so those consent agenda items are approved. We're moving on to item 7, which Commissioner Myers asked to be removed for some questions. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to approve it, and then second, then I'll make a comment.
All right, motion from Commissioner Myers for approval. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Myers, second from Commissioner Houle.
Yeah, I'd just like to, I took this off the consent agenda because I was reviewing it today and I thought it was really so significant that I wanted to draw attention to it. This, and also to thank the Tree Council for their work, as well as Community Forester Rodney Walter and UGA Warner School of Forestry Professor Dr. Jason Gordon. This is I guess it's almost 300-page report that outlines really what's going on in terms of trees in Clarke County, and we surpass other communities in the number of trees we have. And when we think about the things that people are bringing up today, one might think of this as, well, they're just trees. But this report made it really clear to me the value of these trees in our lives here. In terms of Athens. 13.4 million community trees produce 36.3 million in annual benefits and 7.44 instructional benefits. We provided 4.3 million, they remove air pollution, sulfur, carbon monoxide, carbon sequestration, I'm saying that wrong, and lots in energy savings. They provide shade for us, they provide clean air, they keep our our storm water under control. And I just thought that this was really important to draw attention to. And so that I just wanted to take it off the consent agenda for that. And people will be aware that, part of our community is our roads, which we were talking about with our complete streets policy, but part of our community very much so is the environment and the trees that contribute so much to our health and well-being.
Thanks, Commissioner. Appreciate that. Any further input? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. All right, moving on to item 14. This is to formalize the establishment of the Solid Waste Advisory Commission. Commissioner Davenport, you mind if I call on you just to sort of outline and ask you to make a motion?
All right, a motion to approve. Can I get a
Second.
Second, all righty. So this is after 30 years of being an ad hoc committee. We are finally going to be a formalized BAC, Board Authority and Commission. It pretty much follows the BAC recommendations that are already established. We just some of the changes that were made were to into membership and the terms of office and the ex officio members, as well as one honorary member to be selected from original Solid Waste Advisory Committee. But and I thank Sherry Hines and staff for working so hard on this, and I'm ready for us to approve this.
And just to clarify, Commissioner, this is for the commission-defined option, is that correct?
Yes, CDO, sorry, okay. For the Davenport Commission CDO.
Any further input on this side? Yes.
I'll read the heading of the ordinance. An ordinance to amend the Code of Ordinances of Athens-Clarke County, Georgia by adopting a new Chapter 1-29 Solid Waste Advisory Commission in Title I, General Government, and for other lawful purposes.
Thank you, Attorney Drake. All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Davenport, second from Commissioner Myers. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, any opposed? All right, hearing none, motion carries. Item 15 is a SPLOST 2011 project, and this is the Youth and Community Enrichment Facility. This is the project site selection criteria. Commissioner?
I'd like to make a motion to approve.
I'd second.
All right, got a motion from Commissioner Parker, a second from Commissioner Myers. All right, any further input, Commissioner?
I just wanted to say that I saw in, excuse me, let's see, I think it was the history of this item that when the public input portal was opened, I think they ended up getting 13 respondents. I do think the site selection criteria are really good, but I want to encourage folks on that committee to particularly center the input of youth that will be utilizing this facility. I've spoken to Ms. Anise Ritter about this issue, particularly connecting folks on these committees, not just this one, but with the East Side Library, with folks at surrounding schools, to have some of those kind of town hall-esque conversations in those contexts, to make sure that these sites end up being places that kids really want to go. And so I just wanted to put that out there to members of that site selection committee that may be here this evening, Chair Myers, but otherwise ready to move forward this evening. Thank you all for your work so far.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yeah, and I'll follow that up and say, I did note as well that there was such a small number of people involved in the community input. I will say that the community input on the site selection criteria is less sexy, but I hopefully with the east side, we will get more people involved, and I think we're committed to doing that. For those who aren't quite sure what we're approving here, for site selection process, the site selection process, before you get to actually looking at pieces of property, you think about what the project is and what the criteria are, so then you make basically a scoring rubric. And there's a scoring for technical and also for community values. And I will say that, just to inform everyone here, the only change from the original one on this one was a slight increase in the square footage must from 1 acre to 1.5 acres on that.
Thanks, Commissioner. Anyone else before I refer to Commissioner Parker?
Yeah, to that I would add, kind of breaking down more like what we're actually approving here. I mean, I think a lot of these things are things that young folks would want to see. Site visibility, knowing they can spot it from a distance and run over there. Also, accessibility. Can they get there on their bike? Can they walk there from surrounding schools? But I think those things, I haven't heard those things from young folks. And so moving forward, particularly when we get into more specifications about the space itself, I think that's when it will become a little more sexy for folks to get public input. But again, speaking to why I think this rubric is great, it does reflect, I think, a lot of principles that make sense for accessibility for area youth.
Thank you. Any further input? I've got a motion from Commissioner Parker, a second from Commissioner Myers. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, moving on. Item 16 is our updated complete streets policy. Would anyone like to place a motion on the floor?
So moved.
Got a motion from Commissioner Thornton.
I'll second.
All right, second from Commissioner Denson. All right, Commissioner Thornton, input on this?
Actually, I was not really in favor of this when I first, I guess I didn't read the small print. But after several people have explained it to me, safe streets is good for everybody. It's not one section of the town. We all should benefit from safe streets. We've had a lot of accidents in certain parts of this community. I think when we can invest in safe streets for everybody, I think that's important. How we do that is always tricky, who speaks the loudest, who gets what. But I think the concept is what every community should have, and I do support it.
Thanks, Commissioner. Commissioner Denson?
I'll just briefly say this is a long time coming for us to actually have an enforceable complete streets policy that has some teeth. I just want to thank AIM, Chair Blaze, definitely also Daniel Sizemore and all the staff that put into this and contributed to it.
Commissioner Parker, then Commissioner Houle.
Thank you. I would like to make a friendly amendment if possible, a very small one, but with very, very, I think, serious impacts on the way this policy is implemented, particularly on page 12 of the PDF online. If you scroll down to 3, when we're talking about the every other year equity analysis, taking a look at low-income communities, moderate-income communities, and historically underserved African-American communities. Similar language is repeated in 3B. I would like to add to that analysis of how this is impacting Latino communities as well. I think about, for example, Pine Woods that has significant mobility challenges, you could say, and it's a community for whom a traffic infraction or accident could mean someone is separated further from their family for the rest of their life because of deportation. And so I'd like to see that added under 3A and B, if possible, if that's amenable to the motion makers.
I'm fine with that.
Okay, great.
So we'll just add in Latino communities?
Yeah, yeah.
To the litany. Okay. Commissioner Houle?
Thank you, Mayor, and appreciate that addition, Commissioner Parker. Super long time coming, very excited for this. We got a lot of advocacy in favor of it, which was encouraging to see. One of the correspondences we had really stuck out to me. It was from somebody who was advocating for the need for us to not just have, bike lanes on streets, but actually bike and pedestrian infrastructure around the community that's inherently safer by being further removed from roadways. And so I thought this would be a good opportunity to also share that we've got this Vision Zero specialist that's going to be funded in the budget this year. And I see that working in tandem with this to drive forward infrastructure that's not only along our roadways that's safer for bicycles and pedestrians, but also connecting throughout the community in ways that are both more enjoyable to use and inherently safer by being removed from the roadways.
Thanks, Commissioner. Any further input? Commissioner Myers?
Yeah, I just want to add one more point about the importance of this. We've talked a lot about safety, but we're also talking about transportation here and making it easier for people to walk and to cycle to different places, which has economic impacts on people as they're able to get somewhere, to get food. They don't have to get in the car with the high gas prices. And it also, I think, we got a lot of communication from the people who are affiliated with the American Heart Association. And, I don't know about you all, but, I do check my steps. And for me to have a place to walk, I need safe streets. And I think that healthiness is something that we want to encourage throughout the community in all different parts, in all different sections of our community. So I think the Complete Streets helps in that way as well.
Thanks, Commissioner. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, hearing none, motion carries. Item 17 is contract renewal for the Neighborhood Leaders Program. I think Attorney Drake, this budget ordinance. Item 17.
An ordinance to amend the FY 2022 annual operating and capital budget for Athens-Clarke County, Georgia, so as to provide funding for a one-time supplement to the Neighborhood Leaders Program in the Housing and Community Development, HCD Department, and for other purposes.
Thank you. All right, entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Thornton, second from Commissioner Parker. Commissioner Thornton, any remarks?
I think some of the confusion that we ran into or became clear, I think Manager Williams, we've kind of addressed those, right? So I'm not sure about my motion because I am also trying to address the line item budget in our CDO. Is that this point, Mayor?
So that'll be a separate vote.
Okay. So, yeah, but the other things we have kind of cleared up. Is that correctly?
Well, just to be clear, if we could go through those so I know I'm telling you the right thing. So which particular things did you
I think we had some problems with the May and June salaries for this last month and this month. And then we redid the contract, which I'm okay. So we're really talking about the actual contract then, not the line item budget. Am I confusing you?
That's easy to do.
I know.
So the contract, there's a number of things that are improved in this process through the Prosperity Committee. And part of that is what you'd called for a long time, Commissioner Thornton, clarification of what that scope of services is and the outcomes that you're seeking. The number that is in here for the budget augmentation for this current year came from the executive director, so we're depending on him to understand what those financial needs are.
And I think in that, the contract, the one, there's a diagram and how things should flow, which we didn't have before, that gives a little bit more teeth and accountability. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm good, I think.
No, you are. And if you'd like, you know, there are other improvements as well. The fact that we're getting it off the calendar year and onto the budget year,
yes,
was an improvement. And let's see here. Sorry.
And I think we did the, we were much clearer on our outcome platform, what we were looking for.
Yes. That's correct. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Commissioner Parker, follow-up?
No, sir, thank you.
Any further input? Commissioner Myers?
Yeah, I did want to clarify that we are voting, I think, on the about 80,000 to make the difference in the contract for this year as well as the contract for next year. And so that is one of the things we're voting on now. But I know we've also discussed, and I'm a new member of the Prosperity Committee under Chair Commissioner Thornton. And I know one of the things that we have talked about is really doing a thorough review and analysis of the Neighborhood Leaders Program, how it's running, its effectiveness. It's a big commitment from the community, and we want to make sure that the good parts of it are supported as well as they can, and that we do any kind of fine-tuning that we need to do. So I look forward to doing that this coming year with Commissioner Thornton.
And just to be clear, I know there have been concerns, but the committee agreed that this is not the time to make major jolting changes. We have a contract now that is much clearer. So for people that have called or have expressed concerns, we're very aware of that. And I think this contract will help us to make adjustments that we do not get into the 11th hour with people, feelings coming out.
Yes, and following that process that you indicated, as far as the process flow, then we'll have these discussions throughout the year with the Prosperity Committee that you're the chair of, at your direction. The other thing I'd like to add while we're talking about this particular line item, it is tied to the adoption of the FY23 budget as well. And I just want to remind the group that because the neighborhood leaders had attracted a federal grant this year, that we have to be careful about how much of next year's funding from ARPA we put towards it, because ARPA has a clause that it can't duplicate other federal funding. So that's something to be cognizant of. Doesn't affect your vote on this one, should not. But when we talk about the budget later, let's not forget that.
And while we're discussing about additional funds, we'd like to encourage all of our nonprofits to find additional funds. I think, Mayor, we probably need to look at what that process is and how does it impact our funds, because we were not aware of them receiving those federal dollars, which caused a hiccup. And those dollars will be allocated or reviewed in October, so there's no even guarantee they'll even get those dollars again. Hopefully they will, but I'm just saying there's no guarantee. The timeline is different from ours, and I think for staff, they need to know when nonprofits are getting other dollars, especially if they're going to look like match dollars.
Yeah, and probably a discussion between HCD and those subrecipients from us. All right, any further input? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, hearing none, motion carries. All right, item 18 is an amendment to the ordinance for designation of additional paid holidays per section 1-9-7B2 of the ACC personnel system. And an ordinance, Attorney Drake.
An ordinance to amend the Code of Athens-Clarke County, Georgia with respect to holiday leave and for other purposes.
Thanks, Attorney. Would somebody like to place a motion on the floor?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to move to approve the commission-defined option captured in our agendas.
All right, motion from Commissioner Hool.
Second.
All right, got a second from Commissioner Edwards. And discussion, Commissioner Hool?
Yeah, I'm really excited that we're going to be doing this. The commission-defined option adds Earth Day and Indigenous Peoples Day to the staff recommendation of Juneteenth and Veterans Day. I think these 4 holidays align well with the values of our community. The addition of these 2 in particular is based on values we've set forth in things like our 100% clean and renewable energy resolution and the resolution we passed last fall regarding Indigenous Peoples Day specifically. It also puts us in accordance with the state of Georgia for the total number of holidays at 13. And also of note, it provides holidays on 3 months that there currently aren't any. So I think that's also good for just the pacing of things for our staff. So overall, I think this will be good for hopefully morale of employees and recruitment and retention. Thanks.
Commissioner Edwards, any follow-up with seconder?
We have a really phenomenal staff on this government, so I'm very happy to be able to just do something small, a small token for them here to provide some more holidays. So Manager Williams, thanks for working with us on this, and I hope you'll communicate through the organization how appreciative we are of the entire staff of this government and the great work they do, and how happy we are to do this for them.
I've got Commissioner Wright.
Yeah, I appreciate the work and the presentation we got from Human Resources, and they had listed 4. I'm not sure how they came up with those 4. And then you guys, the 5 of you on this commission-defined option have overlapped 1, right, Earth Day, and then you picked a separate one. Some of the questions that I wanted to see if the manager could ask, and I'm sorry I didn't email these to you before, is just like we saw with the sheriff's office, we have offices and departments that work 365, 7 days, So when we have additional holidays, does that not incur a cost in holiday overtime and holiday pay for those folks who are manning the jobs and the positions that have to be done 365 days of the year?
Well, my understanding is that they, if they're scheduled to work that holiday, they get to take that day off on another day.
Okay, so it's a flexibility versus a monetary part. And with that flexibility, I was wondering if any of the group of you guys who've been working on this, did you guys ever think about a lot of communities have 2 flexible holiday days so that it could be, individual choice versus what you guys picked. Did you guys look into some of that? I'd be curious to know. I agree that we need to help in any way we can, but that could provide flexibility and a unique opportunity.
Commissioner Hool, do you want to respond?
I can speak to that briefly. I had a good discussion with Manager Williams about this, so we kind of ran through different scenarios, and it seemed like the best thing to do was to pick specific dates to list in the ordinance, is the impression I got from speaking with Manager Williams on this. As far as the specific dates that we chose, the 4 that were listed in the staff presentation, 3 are captured in this. The one difference is Election Day is Earth Day on here instead of Election Day. And the rationale behind that was kind of multifold. The first part being that we have more than one election day on the years that we have elections, and then in other years we don't have an election at all. Furthermore, we have a policy already that people can take up to 2 hours of paid leave at any point during early voting to vote, so that kind of frees people up to do the activity that sort of holiday is intended for. And then thirdly, with the long period of early voting, the need for it is maybe less than it would have been years ago when the movement behind that holiday first began. Additionally, we already have quite a number of holidays in November and far fewer in the spring, and so Earth Day provides, again, that kind of balance to the calendar as well. So.
Okay.
Any further questions, Commissioner?
If I could further.
Go ahead, and then I did have another comment. Go ahead.
I just want to address your question. Some of the feedback I've gotten from employees are, there are folks with vacation leave, and oftentimes folks are losing vacation leave because they don't take it. And what I've heard anecdotally is if the offices are closed, then people know I'm not going to be there. Now, to your point, that doesn't affect the shift people at all, and so they do have the flexibility of choosing those. But that was the reason I shared with Commissioner Hool on that question.
Okay, well, I appreciate that feedback and that thorough loop with that. Like transit, we had talked before about how if we could have election day, but we need the transit for the election days. And so with these extra holidays, I guess the things that are closed, that means a coworker's not running the office in your absence. But that still means that the transit is still running on those holidays, and then they're getting another day off, which is kind of the flexibility that I was looking at.
Yes, and we'd hope that, our supervisors would, for those people that do work shift work, would, balance the days off for the different employees so that, they can, some get the holiday off and others are working, and the next time
Or
they're
rotate.
working, that
Understood.
type of thing. We'd hope that's going on.
Yeah, I understand that. My mom was in the hospital and a nurse, so I do understand how that works. So thank you for letting me learn that stuff so I can support it.
Commissioner Myers?
Yeah, I was really happy to support this and be part of this CDO. As a state employee, as someone who retired from a long career as a state employee, I was surprised that we didn't have those as many days. And I actually think it's much more than a token. I mean, this is real time. This is almost another week of leave. I think that's something that really adds to people's quality of lives. And just as now we're addressing some pay issues and giving people raises, I think giving people time off is really important. And I hope to continue working in different quality of life ways for our employees. I'm real big on trying to follow through and push us a little bit to find some way to have some kind of paternity, maternity leave as well for employees. So I look forward to our employees having an improved quality of life with these holidays.
Thanks, Commissioner. Commissioner Davenport?
Yeah, so, I'm supporting this. I think this is a good idea to make us competitive to other institutions and governments throughout the state. Just a question with the signatories, like Earth Day. The only religious holiday on this list is Christmas. And what about Passover? What about Good Friday? I'm not, against any of these. I think, it's a benefit for our staff, but just the criteria behind, because in Athens, there are a lot of religious people. We are in the South, the Bible Belt, so just it's a train of thought as to the 2 extra days, like not what y'all train of thought. I get Indigenous People Day, but Earth Day.
Commissioner, I might posit that Christmas not falling on a weekend on a consistent basis, might benefit people to have that. And obviously, there's almost a secular component of Christmas that, a lot of people have to sort of travel for as well. So just as an objective observer, that would make sense to me culturally.
Yep. Good answer.
So follow up, Commissioner Houle.
Come on.
Yeah, I can just share if the question was, for drafting this, that the initial staff presentation included Earth Day, the one that was added in place of elections, in place of Election Day was Indigenous Peoples Day, which I think you rightly pointed out, I think is an important one for us to celebrate. It also, falls on the same day as a state holiday, which they call Columbus Day. I'm proud that we call it something different here, but, and again, Earth Day being in a different month. It's also closer to one of the other state holidays, which is a Confederate holiday that I'm also glad we're not supporting. But I think this is more in line with kind of the values of our community. So.
Any further questions or input? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. All right, item 19 is approval of a grant submission request from the Office of Senator Raphael Warnock for fresh food access and affordable housing in East Athens, and there's an ordinance that goes with this, as it could be a budget item.
An ordinance to amend the FY 2023 annual operating capital budget for Athens-Clarke County, Georgia, so as to provide grant funding if awarded from the United States Congressionally Directed Spending Program for an East Athens revitalization program and for other purposes.
All right, thank you, Attorney Drake. Entertain a motion.
I motion to approve.
I'll second.
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Parker, a second from Commissioner Link. Any further input, Commissioner Parker?
I am very excited that we're moving forward with this request for funding. Nothing is final here, but we're going to keep our fingers crossed if this passes that Senator Warnock can bring it home and we can get this area some much needed investment that reflects a lot of the direct input that I think we've received from residents. I was looking back at an email from December, we were discussing this topic, to which I attached a petition specifically asking for eateries, business incubation, mixed live-work kinds of spaces, as well as affordable housing. And I think that this touches on all of these areas, as well as documentation that we were sent from 1995 around I think it was like a business accelerator, is maybe what they had called it, for this area that never materialized. So I think that this is something that is owed, frankly. And so I hope that we can have unanimous support tonight, and I also hope that Senator Warnock is able to make this happen for us. And I'd also like to say that because this is a request for funding, there are opportunities ahead, should we receive that funding, for additional input to shape the ultimate direction of this project. And so I'm looking forward to that as well.
Commissioner Link?
Yeah, I am really excited about this too. This community, East Athens, is long overdue for some serious investment, and I hope that we can secure these funds. I'm particularly excited about adding more affordable housing stock. The more we increase our availability of housing, the more our housing market can stabilize, and the more that current property owners can see stability in their taxes. I want to remind everyone that we are not raising taxes. It's the value of properties that is causing people's taxes to go up, which is a market thing. We live in a university town where the university is consistently growing. They've added 6,000 students over the past decade, yet no additional dorm rooms. I believe they're adding about 500 in the next couple years, which is barely a drop in the bucket. So some of the housing pressures that we're seeing are coming from that, which we have no control over. So the more affordable housing that we can direct, the more likely we are to bring some stability to our housing market and our property tax base.
Thanks, Commissioner. Any further input? Commissioner Thornton?
I'm excited about this proposal also, but I'm wondering I hope that the motioner and seconder wouldn't mind a slight amendment, and it is it's number B, and it says, we would accept the allocated funds if awarded. Commissioner Parker verbally said that there will be opportunities for more community input. Can we have that actually written in there, that if we get the funds, that we will have community input, not just, can we have that in writing? Would you be okay with that?
How would you like to say that?
Okay.
And just kind of to be clear about the process for federal allocation of these dollars, the sites are very specific. The federal government required that there be site control for submission in the first place, so that would be a static element. I would anticipate that there probably would be some flexibility within the ultimate build out of those sites. For example, the site that's in the control of Athens Housing Authority on the corner of Peter and Vine could see several different iterations. And if I'm to fall back on the one earmark that I was familiar with, it was for the park and ride that's at the Lexington and Loop interchange. And in that situation, we did have several versions of that could have rolled out, and so there was some public input on exactly what it looked like.
I'm good with this. I'm going by the calls that I've gotten and concerns. They just want to be included in these discussions, and I don't think adding there will be, ongoing community input. That's the only thing I'm asking for the amendment for, Mayor.
Okay.
I would just say that we could perhaps then approve items A through D and add E. Add an item E, if awarded, initiate a public engagement process for future definition of the project.
That'd be fine.
All right, perfect. All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, hearing none, motion carries. Moving on to item 20, which is an accelerated concept using our American Rescue Plan Act funds that we've already allocated for affordable housing. You can kind of see in the agenda item that there is outlined an extended or a really shortened process to get to some allocation for specific projects that places that allocation in December of this calendar year rather than reaching into February or March of next year. So, Commissioner Parker?
I wanted to make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Parker, second from Commissioner Denson. All right, Commissioner Parker, any input on this?
I just wanted to say that part of the inspiration behind this is that we do have a lot of stakeholder groups in the community that are ready to undertake projects, but just lack the funding, that are aware of the mechanisms at their disposal to leverage other sources of funding to make projects happen, as well as just how to get something off the ground quickly, because we have a housing crisis right now, and we have families that are doubled up living in hotels. We have folks that are getting displaced, and so an eagerness to address the issues that we are already facing, while looking ahead towards analysis more broadly of problems that we can take a longer term process to address. I think that this process laid out here, and the somewhat ambitious goal of trying to get those projects before this whole body by December helps meet some of those needs, as well as recognizing some of those assets we actually have in the community around projects that could be underway in a fairly short timeline. So I appreciate the community members and the, if you want to call them, subject matter experts that took part in this process to bring this forward. The last thing I'll say is that, and when we're talking about property taxes and the budget and things like that and housing costs, I am also looking forward to, in that longer term process, doing some reparational work with the remaining funding for folks that have lost opportunities to accrue generational wealth through things like urban renewal or just disadvantages because of Jim Crow and slavery. And so I just wanted to state that as often as I can to make sure that we're really seeding that in the conversation around the way the rest of these affordable housing funds are spent.
And I would note that I don't think there's any reason that somebody couldn't submit an application for this first round, with some very specific guidelines relative to that reparational work.
Let's get it.
All right, Commissioner Denson.
Thank you, Mayor. And just to support Commissioner Parker's comments. I think this is definitely much needed. This was something that the subject matter experts told us. They definitely went over and over again that we are in the middle of a housing crisis, and that we actually have ample housing studies already in place that we could act upon now and use to guide us with this funding. And then still reserving, if you see here on the agenda item, still reserving $4 million for future phases of the affordable housing, and also still developing that affordable housing strategic plan that I know staff is eager for us to have to kind of advise our future affordable housing plans. So,
Commissioner Thornton.
I am so sorry I missed the missing in the middle. I'm trying to go to Honduras. I'm missing a lot of things. But I do support this. I think it's much more effective than having consultants just come in and tell us what's what or what they're doing in Texas. I hope that we get opportunity, Manager Williams and Mayor Gertz, that some of the conversation we got at the housing conference at Clark Central, the different bodies there will be a part. They're interested, they want to be a part. They have never been asked to be a part, or we have not pulled them all together. So I do think that, and I don't like meetings just to say we met. We had some good information. It was some good input. So I hope this is a place that some of those participants can buy into.
Thanks, Commissioner. Commissioner Houle.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to clarify something. So Facts and Issues 11 talks about the uncertainty of the DCA grant to address the shortfall that we have with the Bethel redevelopment. And it says in B, allocate between 1.733 million and 3 million of the 7 million phase one. I just wanted to clarify up top with this allocation that says, we're doing an additional 5.266 for this purpose. And it says including additional North Downtown Athens redevelopment project supplement if needed. Is that total amount capped at 3 million captured by our approval with this language as it is? Okay. So we will not be spending more than 3 of the 7 million, and we'll only go over the 1.73 if we don't get that grant from DCA.
Well, just to be clear, that's the recommendation of the body to you. You will be approving the 1.733, and we would not, if we were not successful, staff can't advance any additional funds without coming back to you. It's just that.
Okay, so even if we did advance additional funds beyond that.
The group has covered its bases by saying, we're looking at all the parts and pieces, and at one time, we can say, we're willing to go here, and we would recommend that you could go up to this amount, and then here's what we propose to do with the rest, so you have a full picture of where the money might get spent.
So that's a standing recommendation without having to go back to that advisory group.
Okay. Oh, okay. But it would still come before us again. The public would
Yes.
still see it again before we upped that amount if we had to.
That's right.
Okay. Thank you.
If I might answer Commissioner Thornton's.
Oh, well, that was what I was going to ask.
Well, so, since you've asked, and because you brought up the public engagement before, so this is an accelerated process. The strategic plan is meant to involve community stakeholders and get their best ideas and get their emphasis on priorities. Commissioners have articulated what the urgency is to go ahead and move this money. And so that, if this is approved, then we go straight to an RFP. Ostensibly, the major housing stakeholders will be interested in those funds and perhaps others in the community. But we will continue with strategic planning with the other $4 million, and that will include, Commissioner Thornton, a robust community engagement. But this approach does not is stripping that out, I think, in order to get this money to where it needs to get to.
Well, I brought this up at the retreats, of that, how we're using ARP money. And I did not want to put money into consultants. That was my big thing. If we're in an accelerated mode to really address the issue, I'm good with that. But I do think there was some information and resources that came out of that housing meeting that we should take advantage of. That's my point. Mm-hmm. So, no, I'm not trying to put the brakes on what we're doing. I'm just saying now there are other folk that want to get involved into this housing crisis, and they don't only just want to get involved, they have the qualifications and skills.
Well, in the version that the committee recommended, then they have the opportunity to respond to RFP, but as far as weighing in at different milestones, that takes more time. And so you're sacrificing that to get there.
I just don't want money going to folk out of town telling us what to do.
Commissioner Edwards?
I had just an inquiry for the attorney or the manager, just to refresh my recollection of why these ARPA funds must be distributed via an RFP.
Well, the sub-recipient grants we have come to understand. So the initial Treasury guidance was that there needed to be a procurement process. After we went through that, and we all went through it together, we got clarification. I think, Attorney Drake, you had consulted with some folks, attorneys who had some experience with this, and then it became evident as the Treasury refined its guidance that the risk assessment was really the linchpin to reviewing a subrecipient. So on a grant to a subrecipient, we no longer need a RFP. If we
So if an organization came with us with a plan for an affordable housing project, we could vote on that on this committee at our next meeting and distribute funds to them.
You could.
Yeah. So
Now,
they just need to present a plan.
Sure.
Okay.
A best practice would be to understand who all out there is interested, because if you go with the first in the door, you
Right.
might have, to Commissioner Thornton's point, a group that didn't know, or they had the qualifications or didn't quite understand the process.
And I guess that's part of why it's called rescue. There's some urgency, so there's discretion with the elected body to get the funds out quickly, but we recognize as a body also that best practices would be an RFP, where you give everybody equal opportunity, where you publicly advertise it. But we can go both routes.
Yes, you can.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's correct. Yes.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, hearing none, motion carries. All right, item 21 is adoption of the FY23 operating and capital budget, establishment of the 2022 property tax rates, and approval of the schedule of fees and charges for FY23 and other purposes. And I'll ask Attorney Drake to read that ordinance.
To provide for the raising of revenues and the appropriation of funds for Athens-Clarke County, Georgia for the fiscal year 2023, beginning July 1st, 2022, and ending June 30th, 2023, to provide for the operations of government departments, boards, agencies, elected offices, and other governmental activities, to provide for the level of personnel authorized for the various departments and agencies, to provide for a capital budget, to establish 2022 property tax rates, to establish compensation for the charter officers, to establish rates and structure of fiscal 2023 health insurance programs, to establish fees and charges, to repeal conflicting ordinances, to provide effective dates and for other purposes.
Thank you, Attorney Drake. All right, hearing that litany, I'd ask for somebody to place a motion on the floor.
I'll make a motion to accept the Denson Myers CDO of the FY23 budget.
And I'll second it.
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Denson, second from Commissioner Myers. Commissioner Denson, would you like to speak to the motion?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. Yes, so the CDO that myself and Commissioner Myers worked on further reduces the millage rate by another 1/10 of a mil, bringing the total millage rate down to 13.10. And while reducing the millage rate and reducing revenues, this CDO still also funds living wages for all library staff, has salary adjustments for ACC Gov employees, addresses the Clarke County Sheriff's Department's overtime needs by shifting $500,000 into overtime for the Sheriff's Department, and also funds a wage study for the Sheriff's Department. Also provides grant matching funds for Athens Transit, a clean tool initiative, including transitioning away from gas-powered leaf blowers, and also funds multiple departmental requests for transportation safety and traffic calming, and also multiple departmental requests for leisure services for us to be able to keep our parks operating and providing quality of life and just the leisure services that our constituents have come to expect. The CDO also limits the use of American Rescue Plan funds to only one-time expenses, and so that the budget remains sustainable for future years, and so that those American Rescue Plan funds are reserved for special needs that require the flexibility afforded by that unique federal funding source that we just kind of discussed here. So.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. Any follow-up, Commissioner Myers?
Yeah, I prepared some comments because I've spent so much time working on this budget. It's clearly the most significant item on the budget. And as Mayor Pro Tem, I had the honor of facilitating the budget discussions that we had in May with 3 different meetings. I think we all did an excellent job of sharing our thoughts and concerns and listening respectfully to each other. In reality, for the most part, we were all in agreement, despite there being 2 CDOs tonight, with the mayor's excellent FY23 budget, including the things we're in agreement include the salary increases for all ACC employees, the increased salary for library staff, the $75 a month more for retirees, the increase in salaries for our neighborhood leaders, funding for life cycle maintenance for many departments, and much more. And really, the differences between the 2 CDOs are minimal. Our CDO adds another housing community development position to help with distribution and follow through on the federal monies we're distributing in the community. And includes a long-needed leisure services master plan, another $450,000 for leisure services life cycle replacement so we can take care of what we need. It also, both CDOs include significantly more money for traffic calming, although ours has less because of the $2,000 a year from SPLOST money. And really, the differences between the 2 budgets in terms of lowering the millage rate are fairly minimal, from 13.7 to 13.1 for the Denson Myers budget, and from 13.7 to 12.95 for the Thornton Hamby CDO, and that's a difference of 0.25 millage points. And let me make that real for you. That's a difference in $11 a year for a house that has an appraised value of $220,000. I want to respond to the people who were speaking about freezing the property taxes, because I've thought about this a lot. the millage rate would need to be reduced to 12.05 to freeze the property taxes this year. And unfortunately, that would mean we would need to shave another nearly $4 million off the budget and not be able to give many of those raises we talked about. Next year, we're going to have the increased homestead exemption, and that $220,000 house will have $100 less property tax bill than it is this year. The housing values are going up. That's very real. And that's because the housing stock is limited. We have more people wanting homes, which increases the price. We need to address our housing stock issues, and we also need to continue to work on dealing with the helping those living on fixed and lower incomes deal with their property taxes so they can stay in their homes.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Commissioner. Further input? Commissioner Hamby?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to make a substitute motion for the Hamby, Thornton Hamby CDO, and I'll explain it as soon as I get a second. Okay. And if I can continue, Mayor, I'll take my time to talk about a few points. It does reduce the millage rate from 13 point, whatever the mayor had, to 12.95. And it's, while that may be in the math here that Commissioner Myers worked up, $11 a year. $11 a year can be significant. It pays somebody's help to have a medication for a month. And that's on top of the compounding expenses that people are going through in their lives on a day-to-day issue. Already in this budget, we're raising solid waste rates. People are going to be paying more within the city to collect their garbage. People are going to be paying more in water rates to have water service. So that's on top of everything else that's going up in people's lives, not to mention gas. But the thing that I would like to point out too is that within our budget here, we grow positions. There's 24 new positions, new authorized positions within this budget. That's quite an amount. That's a lot amount. That's more than I can recall being in this government that we've increased in 1 year's time like that. And some of the, and I think about this because we have an opportunity to do something good for people that contribute to this community. And we're getting in we got in an extra $60 million. We've got $36 million left from the ARPA dollars that we could utilize. Out of that $36 million, 2.3 is going toward admin expenses. If 2.3 is going towards admin expenses to help distribute these funds, why is it that we're spending $80,000 on another HCD position? The mayor already has in his budget 2 positions. This adds a third. There's another additional contingency in the budget at $2.8 million to help us with some revenue funding for the general fund. And there's another revenue replacement category that's at $2.2 million. But I will say this with regards to some of the spending that is being promoted here. I mentioned the HCD spending, but also the leisure services master plan. We see each year, each Tuesday meeting, we get award after award. If there's anybody that knows how to do leisure services in this country, it's Athens-Clarke County. A leisure services plan is probably going to tell us how many pickleball courts we need, and we probably need more of them. But is this the year to do that based on all the other expenses that are up there? Another thing in here is $450,000 to leisure services park improvements. You talk about it was mentioned that we're giving money to traffic calming. That's one of the biggest things that requests I get is traffic calming.
Unanimous consent to provide Commissioner Hamby another minute?
If you don't mind, I'm sorry.
He can take mine.
I won't take it all, but I just want to make a point about thank you, Mayor, I appreciate that. I just want to make a point about the $450,000. Already the mayor has in his budget $2.2 million coming from the general fund over to the capital projects fund for park improvements, which is great. I'm all for park improvements, but we also have an additional $6.2 million sitting in SPLOST for park improvements that we'll give over the next few years. So, we could save $450,000 from that this year by either one. That's what they're going to get this year out of SPLOST, but we can hurry those funds up if we needed to. So what we were trying to do in our budget is look for ways to give a small but hopefully meaningful a greater property tax break. I know next year that the homestead exemption is going to be voted on, but the thing about it is, you'll see when this next budget time comes around, we'll probably break even on that too because of the way property values are going up. So even though there will be the homestead exemption, even though there will be a lower millage rate, you're still going to see property values go up, and you're still going to be able to do what this government is doing and trying to service the people. But I think we ought to do the right thing and help provide a little bit of relief on top of the other stuff that people are paying for. And just one final thing, this budget also does include, of course, the library support. We do fund at the full level the youth police cadet corps. I thought they made a good point about that when they came to visit us, and the neighborhood leaders thing. So you've got it before you to look at, and it's hopefully you'll consider it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Thornton.
Oh, he took my time, his time. I'm going to, something that Commissioner Meyer said that I didn't realize, and I'm going to just maybe ask her. You said, Commissioner Myers, we would have to change the millage rate to what? To freeze taxes, how much? 12?
What did I say?
12.05?
Well, yeah.
And that's a dollar amount of what? 4 million.
Yes, yeah, another 4 million.
It's even more important to me just because of what Commissioner Myers shared. The things that we could put in ARPA, we should. I also think that organizations that are already getting SPLOST money for whatever, we should put them on the back burner. If we can help taxpayers now, I don't understand why we wouldn't. If we have ARPA money and we moved, we recommended that the nonprofit capacity building come out of there. We also recommended originally that the youth cadet court originally come out of ARPA, but there was some concern, so we kind of yielded to our colleagues. But I heard a speaker tonight talk about is it really going to be successful? So if you put it in ARPA, and this is not on our CDO, I'm sorry, this is something that I've just figured out. You would have a year or whatever to see if it's a good program, and then you could consider it for the general budget. I have a problem with dollars, and the other big thing, and I know that Manager Williams sent us some information out about the environmental issues in Dunlap and Pitter Road, and I totally get it. But we have been trying to deal with the pollution and the concerns in that area forever, before I was on the commission. So if there was something else that we needed to do to address it, it should have been done long before now. But we put it back in our budget for $30,000 to go along with the $50,000 that was in there from last year. It just seems to me the things that I know I have a commissioner that thinks I'm always crying the victim, but things that really impact low-income communities and communities of color always seems to get on the back burner. Now, I think though, and then to hear, and I don't know how we missed this one.
Unanimous consent to commission.
Oh, no,
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, all right, go right ahead.
And then to hear the sheriff department ask us for help, and they give us help every day. I don't even know how this compression, you don't need a compression study to see the inequity. If I could take this back and redo our CDO again, I would, but this is what it is. But I think that the people who depend on us, who look to us, we want to see where our money how it's benefiting us. We are going to be dealing with the continuation of T-SPLOST. We're also going to be dealing with the ongoing SPLOST. And now we can't find a little bit of tax relief for our taxpayers, there's something wrong with this picture. But this is my motion and our motion, and I'm through.
All right, any further input?
Speaking to the motion on the floor currently.
Speaker to the motion on the floor.
Okay.
Commissioner Ray?
Yeah, I'll say that I do appreciate the process the Mayor Pro Tem led us through and the dialogue, and we are sitting with a majority of what came from your recommendation in our group. But I think the distinction in the two commission-defined options, the one that Commissioner Thornton and Hamby have brought forward, I'm more aligned with that one. The other one, it seems like at the last minute, the other one presented a large rock of change from the $15 minimum that happened last year that caused just an avalanche of compression issues throughout human resources and our current step and other increments within our government. And we're trying to address that, and we have that addressed in the budget with funding to work towards that, but yet now there's another change at that that wasn't discussed thoroughly or vetted, so I will not be able to support the one that's raising the wage floor and causing additional compression issues that I thought we had learned from last year to address. So I'm glad that we're going to address that. I also appreciate the increased millage rate, and we keep talking about that $200,000 house or the per 100,000 value. We have a lot of businesses that are multi-million-dollar businesses, their value, and their property tax, these little increments are exponentially challenging for them, and that's going to affect the product that they make, the beverage that we buy from them, the food that we're buying from our vendors, and the businesses. So what happens with the homestead vote in November is for owner-occupied relief, but every property, unless it's a church, a charity, a school, a government, is dealing with this property tax increase because of the assessment, and what the most relief we can afford we should do now and hope for next year to do additional. I think the summary of this current substitute motion on the floor was done well, and I'll be supporting that. And I think you covered the majority of the similarities. The other thing to highlight is the two housing and community development new staff positions. I don't agree with adding a third in that same department that's already getting two. And the police services, the mayor had recommended 2 for the cadet program, and I thought that program covered such a wealth of things as far as the different levels of the youth development, ages and stages, as well as the police officers being able to work in mentoring.
Thanks, Commissioner. Anyone else speak to the motion on the floor? Substitute motion. Commissioner Gould.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, as I understand it, the main difference here really between the two CDOs is whether we shave off an additional 0.15 mils, which I view as largely symbolic rather than practical for the average Athenian. I think Commissioner Meyer spoke well to the very negligible impact that would have on the average Athenian in their pockets, but it would have a major impact on our budget. And you know, to do that is a mix of cutting a few line items and using more ARPA funding for more of some of the other line items. We've kind of debated that at length up to this point. But you know, I think with either CDO, what we see is some significant tax relief for taxpayers between this and the agenda item coming up a little bit after for what is 2/3 of your tax bill, the school board's millage rate reduction. And you know, this millage rate reduction that we're proposing comes on the heels of one that was also done 2 years ago by this body. The school board hasn't reduced their tax rate in decades, as I understand it, so certainly a very long time. Additionally, as Commissioner Meyer spoke to briefly, you know, the referendum that's going to be on our ballots in November, I think that's where we're really going to see the major impact for low-income people and the average Athenian who's struggling to afford their house as valuations go up and this kind of crazy housing market run amok, because we're going to see if that passes, and I hope it does, a more than doubling of our homestead exemption from $10,000 to $25,000 for everyone, and a property tax freeze for low-income people, the very thing that many people here have been asking for. So, I'm glad to see that those things are likely to happen. That's not part of tonight's budget action, but it is part of the overall picture. I wanted to take kind of the remainder of my time here to talk about something that we haven't spent enough time on, I feel, because we've spent so much time deliberating a few of the finer points of our differing opinions on what to inject in this final version. And we haven't talked about enough about the really good stuff that I think the mayor baked into the recommended budget. And a couple things that have come up tonight that I think warrant a little explanation. One is the long overdue raises for staff. There's no difference between either CDO for the bulk of that. The one minor difference being the line item around wage compression. And actually, the Denson-Myers CDO leaves more money in that line item to both bring up that wage floor to $15.60 and also further address compression. So between the two CDOs, the one that's better for wages and addressing wage compression is the Denson-Myers CDO. Beyond that, which I think is a huge one, that's the main thing we're really talking about here. It's easy to gloss over because it's one thing, but it's huge. HCD is getting a major reorganization, and a lot of what we're seeking to do to be a responsive government and a compassionate community requires an investment in a department that has historically been woefully underinvested in. And so, I think it was great that the mayor included 2 positions already to add in there. I think the third is warranted for that reason. And I think the last point if I may, is just that the number of positions in either CDO is actually the same. The only difference is that the Denson-Myers CDO has an additional HCD position, whereas the Hamby-Thornton CDO retains both of the ACCPD positions for the Youth Cadet Corps. The Denson-Myers CDO seeks to advance that next year. So,
Commissioner Hamby? Sure, just some quick points here. ACD, I don't know that I wouldn't describe it as being woefully underfunded, because 2 years ago we funded 2 grant writers to be part of ACD to help us get some dollars for nonprofits and for this community with that regard. And if there's concern about the small difference between the one CDO's millage rate reduction versus another CDO's millage rate reduction, I'll be glad to take the time right now to make some suggestions about how we can increase the millage rate reduction to get to the 12.05 that Commissioner Thornton has brought up. I mean, certainly you can look at ARPA replacement dollars that are there, ARPA contingency dollars that are there, and ARPA administrative expenses that are there. That's $7.5 million. So, there's things, I mean, if we want to have that discussion, that's fine, but I think everybody's ready to move forward with one or the other, and that's fine too. But if that's meaningful, then I'm open to that. Commissioner Thornton?
I just wanted to follow up with what Mike said. If the 12.5 is the issue, the question is, do we really want to freeze people's taxes? That's the question. And if we do want to freeze taxes, what do we have to cut to freeze them? So it sounds like a sacrifice, and I think we got to be honest about it. We're kind of sugarcoating some. And first of all, let me say this, Mayor. I do appreciate your stab at this. I really do. But do we want to help homeowners or not? And it's not just the taxes. When things go up, your homeowner's insurance goes up, your escrow goes up. It is not one thing. And that's what, and I think we don't think connected. When we did the wage increase last year, not for the commission, talking about staff, we didn't think about the negative impact it was going to have, because we don't think that way. We have to think, if we do this, what is going to happen here? We don't do that. And so now we're up here backtracking, trying to fix something we did last year. So it's either, do we want to help the homeowners and property owners, or don't we? That's what it boils down to me.
Thanks, Commissioner.
Commissioner Parker.
Thank you. I feel like the pros and cons here have been articulated pretty thoroughly, and I thank y'all for laying those out so clearly for folks. Just real briefly, discuss some of my own motivations here for the record. I feel like an additional millage rate rollback is a hammer when what we really need to help the most in need in our community is a scalpel. That $11 a year for someone that can't afford their medication is helpful, but that neglects the fact that that's going to be hundreds, if not thousands of dollars in windfall for the most wealthy among us. I think that, again, I'm going to bring up that reparational work I discussed earlier. A scalpel approach would be using some of the flexible funds that we have at our disposal right now to have targeted relief for the folks in our community who need it most, that will move away if they can't get help getting their roof fixed, that will move away if they don't get property tax relief. And we have opportunity to do that for the folks that need it most, while leaving funding in this budget to help folks that are unhoused right now, and continue that funding for the Athens area homeless shelter, to help our youth that are at risk of joining gangs by fully funding leisure services. And so that's some of the doubts that I have about the Thornton Hamby CDO, which I found out about yesterday. I'm not sure how many people were told of it. But additionally, I think that to Ms. Davenport's point earlier, doing a slow rollout of the youth cadet program makes sense. I continue to have concerns that for the youth that are most at risk, learning to become a police officer is not going to be super appealing to them, and that we do need more street credible programming for them to help them have a constructive sense of community. So I'd like to see if this program works. I could be wrong, that it might not appeal to those folks. And so let's, fund it partially now and see how it goes in its first year. And so I think that's everything I had. But ultimately, we're talking about a very small difference. I am really glad that we agree on most things. And so I want to thank y'all for having these constructive discussions around the things we agree about, and as well constructive discussions around the things we don't.
Thanks, Commissioner. All right. Everybody ready to vote on the substitute motion?
Yep.
All right, so we'll begin with Commissioner Hamby and do a roll call.
Hamby?
Yes.
Davenport?
No.
Parker?
No.
Link?
No.
Wright?
Yes.
Denson?
No.
Poole?
No.
Edwards?
No.
Myers?
No.
Thornton?
Yes.
3 yes, 7 no.
All right, thanks. We'll return to the original motion on the floor from Commissioner Denson, second by Commissioner Myers.
Denson?
Oh, we're voting on now?
Yes.
I wasn't sure because.
I was trying to say
Yes.
Poole?
Yes.
Edwards?
Yes.
Myers?
Yes.
Thornton?
Yes.
Hamby?
Yes.
Davenport?
Yes.
Parker?
Yes.
Link?
Yes.
Wright?
No.
9 yes, 1 no.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk, and thank you, Commissioners. I really appreciate everybody's work on this. At the end of the day, there was literally 99% alignment between the two versions, and so thank you for supporting this community and this work. All right, we will now take a 10-minute break. It is 8:08. We'll be back in our seats at 8:18, and we will enter new business. All right, welcome back, everyone. Now it is time for new business, planning and zoning items, and input from the public on any item not on the agenda. For new business, I do need a motion for suspension of rules.
So moved. Second.
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Edwards, second from Commissioner Davenport for suspension of rules. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, moving on to those new business items then. Item 22 is contingency funding request from Animal Services. There's an ordinance associated with this. This is a budget item.
An ordinance to amend the FY 2022 annual operating and capital budget for Athens-Clarke County, Georgia, so as to provide funding for expenses related to cost in providing animals with medical care, including medical services and medical supplies, and animal care maintenance in the Animal Services Department and for other purposes.
All right, thank you.
Second.
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Edwards and a second from Commissioner Wright. Commissioner Edwards,
Mr. Mayor,
love for
yes,
the dogs.
We've got some vacancies that we need filled with animal services. We're paying a living wage with this county government, so please apply. If you know somebody looking for a job, please apply. Thank you.
Ready to vote?
All right.
Amen.
Any further input? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, hearing none, motion carries. All right, item 23 is, happy to see, a resolution designating the month of June as Athens Pride Month. And you have an amended resolution in front of you that just varies from the published one in that it publishes the dates in which the flag will be flown.
So moved.
Second.
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Wright and second from Commissioner Parker. Any further input?
Ready to vote, and I appreciate the update that changed the dates and is inclusive of June.
Yes. All in favor?
Aye.
Oh, I don't get to say nothing?
Oh. Yeah, no, go right ahead.
Oh, I wanted
Apologize.
to clarify, in case folks hadn't seen the updates online. And so we're later and hopefully going to vote on, hopefully approve, resolution to formally recognize and observe Juneteenth with the flying of the Juneteenth flag as well. Unfortunately, logistically, you can't fit that many flags up on a pole at one time. So while I would love it that we could fly these concurrently, in a reminder that none of us are free until all of us are free, we will be flying the Pride flag from June 8th to 16th and 27th to 30th, and the Juneteenth flag for the dates in between June 16th to June 27th.
All right, thanks, Commissioner. Commissioner Hool.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I really want to thank Commissioner Parker for spearheading getting this drafted up. It's no small feat, and it's very meaningful. I think sometimes we are ready to dismiss resolutions very quickly as just symbolic, but I think we live at a time when this particular resolution and the other one coming up shortly after are very much more than that. I didn't prepare anything eloquent to say, but I just think it's important to recognize that there's a gravity behind making statements as a community that these are our values and that we value inclusivity. And so I'm proud to see that we're doing this. I also want to thank the members of the community, especially Athens Queer Collective and Pride, who've merged once again, for really driving this in many ways. It's honestly their advocacy that kind of pushed us to do a lot of things recently, including this. And I wanted to thank one of the commenters earlier for sharing his story. I think it speaks to the need for us to get the Human Relations Commission up and operating as soon as possible. But with those things in mind, I'm very excited to support this. I had two quick questions. The first, I think maybe for you, Mayor Gertz, just in terms of a presentation of this and the flying of the flag, is there a time that people can plan to gather to celebrate that?
Good question, Commissioner Hool. What I've asked Central Services to do is find a time when it would be convenient for that at the same time that the flag is risen. I don't know, Manager Williams, if a time has been found.
No, I did follow up with Interim Director Hassemer, and we'll be working on that.
Okay. So I'll put out an announcement.
Thank you. And then I wanted to clarify, I believe this would be with you, Manager Williams, or perhaps you, Attorney Drake. These resolutions, items 23 and 30, flying the flags, do we need to pass a subsequent one each year in order to do the same act, or is this sufficient for annually at the same time?
Right now, it's just applying to this particular year.
Okay. So I guess that's something to bear in mind if we want to try to be proactive about making sure that this is on our agenda well in advance for next year, and maybe perhaps in the 12 months between now and then, looking at a way to try try to, if possible, sort of codify it in something that would be a bit more evergreen. I think I'd be interested in something like that, at least if it's attached to a specific date, such as Juneteenth. That's the subsequent item, obviously. But yeah, I'm excited that we're moving forward on this, and I don't center my identity very often here, but as a queer person, as a non-binary person behind the rail, this is particularly meaningful to me in a personal way as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Andrew Williams.
If I might, and maybe it hopefully help to address Commissioner Houle, and Attorney Drake can correct me or add to it. So this is sort of important, and there was a recent Supreme Court case about the flying of flags. And so there is a flag policy. The flagpole at City Hall is not meant as a forum for public speech, but it is a forum for government speech. So the flags that are there because the commission has put them there, and these two this resolution does that for the pride flag, and as Commissioner Parker pointed out, a subsequent resolution on Juneteenth will do that as well. And to your question about should you do it every year, since that speech is particular to that assembly of elected officials, perhaps each year, each iteration of that expresses their speech going forward. And it also, I think, brings some attention to the awareness that the resolution, I think, is intended to create.
I would add briefly that perhaps in future years, it could be an item for the consent agenda, knowing that this is something we regularly do, like many consent agenda items. But for this year, like having it as a part of new business so that we can have more discussion around how we got here, what this is meant to do, is nice.
Commissioner Thornton.
I am wavering on this. I didn't get the latest document, and I wrote this eloquent speech because I don't want to be misunderstood, but I don't see my speech. I think what we do, again, we got it late, and I remember when I did the Black Lives Matter resolution. I remember when we talked about the rainbow crosswalk, which I support. I think, though, when we, again, going down the road, when we go to, and I spoke to Commissioner Parker during the break, I think when we do this, we got to be aware that that opens it up for everybody and anybody. And I am not comfortable if a certain group comes and I don't like them, I would vote against something. I think that this Athens Pride Month is significant. I think it's important. I think that the acknowledgement of all of my LGBT friends and family is notable. But I learned about the Human Relations Council from a very close friend and didn't know anything about it. And this person really opened the door for the creation of our Human Relations Council. And he should have been on that council. I don't know when we're serious about stuff or we do things because they're tokenism. So I hope that this does come back up next year. Maybe I will feel the sincerity of this commission, but today I'm going to vote against it.
Thank you, Commissioner. I will notice, having placed it on the agenda, I think, while it is a symbolic act, it's a symbolic act that works in concert with the substantive work that we seek to do to make sure that everybody leads a dignified life here in Athens-Clarke County. Leave it at that. So, Commissioner Parker.
Really briefly to speak to Commissioner Thornton's point, and also to Commissioner Ho's a little bit, I think symbols in a time when folks of this identity are under attack at higher legislative levels than us, as well as physical attacks, it is important to show our support. But I agree that support without action is not enough. And so the timeline of all of these things, knowing that this needed to come forward in time for Pride Month, but after we had already begun discussions around this, having some awareness raised about the needs we have to improve our Human Rights Campaign index score, with regards to a number of initiatives we can undertake to make our city more LGBTQ friendly. Talks like about that have come forward that I would have loved to seen capture here, but I didn't want to surprise everyone with, hey, these are all these things that we are agreeing to do that I just threw upon you on Thursday. As well, I have been in contact with the Athens Pride Queer Collective about the needs assessment that I think I've mentioned to you all that they did with queer youth of color in Athens about supports that they require to grow up and not end up like Alan's friend that he talked to us about. And so incorporating things like that into future policy making that we do and actually like really hearing those concerns and taking them seriously are absolutely things that we have to move forward on. And perhaps those can be captured in next year, actually assessing what work we have to do and having a longer timeline, knowing this is coming forward to actually bake those into a resolution and commit to that action. But I'm just really thankful that we do have some of that stuff on our in our sites so that we can actually undertake some of that work this year.
Commissioner Denson.
Yeah, I'll just briefly say, that I'm very excited to support this as an ally. I think that we make our best legislation when we work with the constituent base that is affected by that legislation. And I definitely appreciate Commissioner Parker working directly with the Athens Pride and Queer Collective to draft this and to bring about having the flag flown. This is something that the queer community is asking us to do. They're asking us to step up and be supporters. They're asking us to literally raise a flag that says in Athens-Clarke County, it is safe and it is celebrated and it is okay to be gay, be queer, be transgender, whatever it is, especially at a time when folks are being attacked physically, but also legislatively, especially in the South. This is literally the least that we can do. And I look forward to this body doing and acting upon many of the things that Commissioner Parker brought up in the future that are going to be more substantial.
Commissioner Wright.
Well, I was so ready to vote, and everybody's ready to talk. This is a good topic to be talking about, so I was part of working towards and listening to those who we make ourselves accessible for as allies for the Rainbow Crosswalk. Wishing that we were getting that thermoplastic color down this month, but I think we'll have another celebration when that happens. Maybe we'll raise the flag again when that occurs, who knows? But at this point, I wanted to point out within the resolution, the first ever Pride Parade this Sunday, 1:30. It's going to be coming through town, ending up at Lay Park with a great family friendly celebration, and I hope that those who are in town will come out and support and be involved, and we just keep the momentum going, and maybe we can start our January's off with a list of what flags we're going to fly when every year or something like that. Have a schedule, make it to where not leaving people out. If we're going to start this, let's start learning about the flags that we want to have a resolution to promote and hang high, so to speak. So anyway, I am ready to vote when everybody else is.
I just want to make sure we understand. Was I acknowledged?
Go right ahead, Commissioner Thornton.
I think that this is probably one of the few conversations that I do think that we are communicating. I think that the Black Lives Matter resolution was just that. It was a bunch of words. And I would have liked, if we were serious, if we would have thought about it, is to connect it to the Black Lives resolution. I got so much pushback from several commissioners. It passed, but I got a bunch of pushback on that. The other thing is that I think that the honor that we show our friends that are gay, lesbian, queer, whatever, we show every day, not just because you have a flag up. And I think that if this is the route we're going to go with flags the option of flags, which I think is awesome. I think it's awesome, but I just don't think I'm going to be voting for stuff that I get a few hours before. But if this is the route we're going to go, this is a committee, maybe project for a committee on how we proceed in the future. And I will be glad to support it next time.
Commissioner Myers and Commissioner Houle.
Just real quick, we do get a lot of email, but I will point out that the email, the Pride resolution arrived last Wednesday, and I know I miss things as well, so I feel like I got that in the mail a while ago there, and I'm happy to support this. I think it is symbolic, but it's symbolic building on the work that we've done with the Human Relations Coalition, and it's one of symbols are good, actions are good, are even better. So I'm glad to be a part of this and excited about the first Pride Parade this weekend as well.
Commissioner Houle.
I am dismayed, though not entirely surprised, that this may not pass unanimously. I would like to read the following and ask my colleagues to consider whether they are a yes or a no on the following. Whereas, following the Stonewall riots of June 1969, lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer communities and their allies in numerous cities have gathered for Pride celebrations, often in the month of June. And whereas the Athens LGBTQ+ community has a rich history of demonstrated involvement in and contributions to the Athens-Clarke County community, including a cherished annual tradition of Pride celebrations. And whereas this year marks the first ever Pride Parade on June 12, 2022, followed by a community resource festival in Thomas Lake Park. And whereas the trailblazing work of LGBTQ+ movement leaders across generations and here in Athens have modeled courage in embracing their authentic selves and advancing cultural and policy changes that affirm LGBTQ+ rights and dignity. And whereas, despite these advancements, the LGBTQ+ community faces continued systemic community violence. And whereas we recognize the intersecting impacts that systemic racism, classism, sexism, xenophobia, and heteropatriarchy have on our LGBTQ+ friends and neighbors. And whereas we stand in support and solidarity with members of the LGBTQ+ community from all backgrounds in the face of these challenges. And whereas on August 3rd, 2021, the Athens-Clarke County Commission passed an historic non-discrimination ordinance to protect the rights and uplift the dignity of all Athenians, including members of the LGBTQ+ community. And whereas we endeavor to advance equity, affirmation, and wellness for all LGBTQ+ residents and visitors of Athens, particularly those that have been historically silenced, stigmatized, and marginalized within and outside of dominant queer culture, and will continue to seek policies to this end. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Mayor and Commission of the Unified Government of Athens-Clarke County, Georgia, that the month of June shall hereafter be known as Athens Pride Month, that during the month of June, the Progress Pride flag shall be flown at City Hall in compliance with ACC Gov administrative policy, that the Unified Government shall support events that encourage understanding and celebration of the Athens-Clarke County LGBTQ+ community, and that the Mayor and Commission hereby direct the manager to support this resolution. I believe it is a much more powerful statement, especially at this time, if this body unanimously supports that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Let me just vote. Let's just vote.
All right, I think the motion was from Commissioner Wright and second from Commissioner Parker. Madam Clerk, if you do the roll call.
Wright?
Yes.
Dennison?
Yes.
Hool?
Yes.
Edwards?
Yes.
Myers?
Yes.
Thornton?
No.
Amby?
Yes.
Davenport?
Yes.
Parker?
Yes.
Blaine?
Yes.
9 yes, 1 no.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, item 24 is an ordinance for the 30th declaration of a local state of emergency. And just a brief programming note, we were going to have another approval of state of emergency ordinance next week, which is going to allow us the time allowed by state law to move that order up until our July 19th gathering, since we are not gathering for agenda setting meeting in June or voting meeting in July. So,
Move to approve, Mr. Mayor.
Second.
all right, I've got a ordinance that Attorney Drake is going to read.
An ordinance for the 30th declaration of a local state of emergency related to COVID-19 and for other purposes.
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Edwards. I've got a second from Commissioner Thornton.
No. Comment. I didn't know it was sorting.
Comment? No, I don't have no comment. Second. You have comment.
I'm ready.
We ready.
Commissioner Rule?
Just one thing related to COVID for the manager. Manager Williams, could you please clarify if there's a potential change of the COVID testing location that may occur at some point between now and when we next meet?
I can't clarify that.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Wright?
I just wanted to explain to my colleagues why I'm voting against this. I think that with our COVID-19 community level ranking at the CDC's current way of it is low, I'm just not sure that we need to still continue to be in an emergency declaration mode, so.
No,
that's why.
I hear you, Commissioner. I anticipate that we probably will have just another extension or two if those cases remain low. We have a couple of components that are tied to our emergency order right now, such as the Parkland program, which is right on the verge of getting completed by GSCs.
Okay.
Commissioner Link?
I just want to remind some folks that the community levels are not being reported because so many people are undergoing home testing and they're not reporting. Every week, I know at least one person or two that have come down with COVID. Right now, I have a friend who is immunocompromised, and she and her husband have it. I have an immunocompromised father. That's why I'm masked. I intended to not even be at this meeting tonight and just call in, but that wasn't allowed. Those of us who are close to immunocompromised people, are still being very, very careful, and I believe that keeping this in the forefront is important. To keep people aware that this pandemic is still going on, and it's likely to raise, especially once UGA students get back in town, and our vaccination levels are terribly low, our booster levels are terribly low. I'd like to initiate a conversation about incentivizing boosters. We're still seeing, people dying every week in this community from COVID. So I think it is important to keep this declaration active until we are certain that this pandemic is going away. There's a waxing and waning that's happened throughout the past 2 years. And we might be in a wane now, but we see things wax as people go inside as the weather gets hot. So I am supportive of maintaining this emergency.
Thanks, Commissioner. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay. Yes, opposed.
All right, please note, Madam Clerk, Commissioner Wright opposed. All right, motion carries. Moving on to item 25, and this is an ordinance assessing taxes for the year 2022 as requested by the Clarke County School District. Of course, the kind of functional reality is we only have one tax commissioner who collects taxes for the kind of multiple entities that are taxing authorities. That includes not only this body, but the Clarke County School District and the Downtown Development Authority. And so this manages that formality, and so I'm going to ask Attorney Drake to read that ordinance.
An ordinance to levy and assess taxes for the Clarke County Board of Education for the Clarke County School District, Athens-Clarke County, Georgia, for the year 2022 and for other purposes.
I move to approve.
Second.
I've got a motion from Commissioner Edwards and a second from Commissioner Thornton. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you. Item 30 is a resolution to formally recognize and observe Juneteenth, and I believe Commissioner Parker earlier noted those dates when the flag would be flown, which is from June 17th to June 26th.
I make a motion that we approve.
I'll second.
I've got a motion from Commissioner Parker, a second from Commissioner Link. Further input?
I have a question really quick, because we had several speakers this evening speak to the local government's funding of Juneteenth activities. The first thing that came to my head was and the formal name is escaping me, but hotel motel funding for downtown events. The way that has been on the hot corner and how meaningful that is for the community. If perhaps in future we could consider working with folks to see that similar levels of funding are provided for Juneteenth events that aren't typically held downtown. But I think it'd be great to consider whether or not that might be a funding source, or whether or not it might be appropriate to work with folks to get an event downtown, because people are becoming increasingly aware of Juneteenth, but there's still a lot of education to be done. So I just wanted to highlight that potential future opportunity.
Thanks, Commissioner. Manager Williams, I don't know if you had any.
I think the Mayor and Commission
remarks.
did designate $20,000 for this year's celebration. I think about 60% of that went to one of the celebrations, but they were having 19 days overall, so they tried to spread it out, the committee, and we're going to formalize that more for next year with some recommendations.
Great, thank you.
Commissioner Link, any follow-up?
No, I'm good.
Commissioner Thornton?
Again, I think that that's one of, I wish I had the resolution with the Athens Black Lives Matter resolution in front of me. And that was one of the bullet points, is how we recognize Juneteenth. And I do remember we allocated the 20,000. And now I'm wondering, did we need to reallocate it for next year budget? Because it's not in this year's budget now that I think about it.
I'll need to clarify that. It should be, if it was approved last year, it should be in this year's budget as well.
But if we, okay, but if we spent a portion of it, that means it's not 20 there no more.
Well, we're still in this current budget year.
Well, okay, I'm talking about the new budget.
So what we've spent is for fiscal year '22, but
Okay.
haven't touched fiscal year '23.
But it's not written in 23, is it?
It is.
I believe it is.
Okay.
We believe it is. We'll
Okay.
confirm that.
All right, so here's my same point I said before. I'm not going to vote for this one either. I think, again, and actually, I learned this from Commissioner Parker about things having substance. I want to vote for things that have substance and have meaning. I also want to comment on Commissioner Denson's comment about people coming to us and asking us for help. People came and asked us for help today about their taxes, and we didn't. So I'm not going to belabor this, but no again.
All right, roll call, beginning with Commissioner Parker.
Parker,
Yes.
Link,
Yes.
Wright,
Yes.
Benson,
Yes.
Poole,
Yes.
Edwards,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
Thornton,
No.
Hamby,
Yes.
Davenport.
Yes.
9 yes, 1 no.
All right, motion carries. All right, now is that time when we have deliberation on planning and zoning items, of which we have 2 this evening. First one, item 26, is Planning Director Griffin comes to join us, is regarding 110 Voiles Road. And public input's slightly different. There is an opportunity for somebody to sign up in advance for up to 10 minutes of public input. There was nobody who signed up for that extended time for item 26. But we do have 3-minute opportunities for anybody who would like to speak to item 26. So I would call forward anyone who would like to speak to that.
Good evening. My name is Justin Crichton, and I am a senior planner with WNA Engineering. Our offices are at 355 Oneida Street, and I'm pleased to be back before you this evening representing this application on behalf of RWDC as they request a plan development approval. This request is being made in order to accommodate the expansion of their existing production facility, as well as the construction of an office to house a headquarters as they expand. This request includes 3 waivers, which I'll run through quickly. There's a request for a waiver of the maximum building height. The process that RWDC uses requires some additional volume inside the building, so they're requesting that building be a maximum of 100 feet above grade in 2 sections. And then there's a reduction in the required parking. Based on the process that they use, again, it's a very space-intensive instead of people-intensive use, so they're requesting a reduction in the overall required parking spaces down to 469. And with that reduction, we would like to place the parking between the actual frontage, between the right-of-way and the facade of Voiles Road. This will allow us to use the existing parking facilities that are there, and also it'll allow us to segregate what would be considered office traffic from the actual transportation of the manufactured goods there. I'll just briefly want to conclude by thanking staff for their guidance and help with this application through the process. I'd also like to thank Dr. Brian Adolphson, who's here with me this evening, and I'll be happy to answer any questions that you have at the appropriate time.
Thank you, Mr. Crichton. Would anyone else like to speak to this item? All right, go ahead and read the ordinance if you could, Attorney Drake.
An ordinance to amend the Code of Athens-Clarke County, Georgia with respect to rezoning one portion of one parcel of land comprising approximately 58.87 acres located at 110 Bowles Road from EI Employment Industrial to EIPD Employment Industrial Plan Development and for other purposes.
Thank you, Judd. Commissioner Thornton, this is in your district.
I have no real strong thought. I do support it, and because I strongly believe in economic development, and I think this contributes to that. Thank you. I'll make a motion that we accept the proposal. I'm sorry.
Second.
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Thornton, second from Commissioner Edwards. Commissioner Edwards, any further input?
I think Commissioner Thornton covered my thoughts exactly.
Great. Any other input from the body? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, hearing none, motion carries. All right, go forth and do well. All right, item 27 regards 1010 Oglethorpe Avenue. There is one individual who signed up for the extended 10-minute opportunity, and so now's the time when Joseph Bates may come begin to present.
Good evening, my name is Joseph Bates of Smith Planning Group. I live at 180 Homestead Drive, and I'll be speaking as the applicant on the design. The ownership group is here, and they'll be speaking about the affordable component, the owner-occupied component, and some of the neighborhood meetings. Missing middle housing, a little hard to say. I hope you were able to attend yesterday's presentation of the missing middle housing scan prepared by Opticos in collaboration with the Planning Department and the Housing Authority. I know many of you were. We need it. It's not a new pattern of development or a trendy experiment. It is truly traditional human-scaled growth, and it is how Athens was built before the automobile. We know suburban sprawl is not the answer. It fails at every category on the triple bottom line. Economically, it strains the city. Socially, it promotes segregation, and it's not good for the environment. We need to be able to build truly traditional neighborhoods in Athens and expand the historic ones that we're proud of. I hope you got a few minutes to read the report as well. I like numbers, and there are a few interesting ones from the report. The past 2 years, around 750 residential units were built in Athens. 110 of those were single-family detached. Did a little research on Zillow. There were limited new construction homes that were built since 2019 that were sold under $350,000. Within the loop, in the last 2 years, 35 homes, there were only 35 new construction homes sold that were less than $350,000. Of those 35, 17 are owner occupied, so 18 of them are most likely rental properties. Most of those were of the owner-occupied units were off of Lake Street and in the Town's Walk neighborhood, which are nice neighborhoods, but not necessarily or exactly walkable to essential services. As a design company, we've been hearing that the big builders like D.R. Horton, McKinley Homes, no longer builds homes and sells them. They have moved to a 100% rental model. And so, for sale, owner-occupied housing is very, very limited right now, right? This project proposes 24 owner-occupied units on just 1.85 acres. 7 more than Athens has provided within the loop in the last 2 years, under $350,000. And in addition, 3 of these will be set aside affordable through the Habitat Humanity and the Land Trust. A key component of missing middle housing is location, and this 1010 Oglethorpe Avenue site is an ideal site for this housing. In town, within the loop, it's walkable to essential services. You've got a school across the street, medical office, pharmacy, restaurants. You can walk to a church. You can walk to get a tattoo. You're within a mile of a grocery store. Secondly, 1010 is situated on a mixed-use corridor. There are 11,000 trips a day along this road. The 1010 site has a nice 1920s four-square home on it, and for the first 50 years of its life, there was only agricultural land around it until Forest Heights and Nottingham were built around it. Here we are 50 years later, and we're proposing additional development around this as Athens continues to grow and evolve, and I think it seems it's appropriate and right that this home will be there with this project. And so on the design, we looked at the context of the site, we looked at the existing housing, and arranged the different proposed housing types to best integrate into the surroundings. And so the smaller single-family housing is presented at the back of the site, adjacent to the Nottingham neighborhood. And then on the front, where the existing house is, there are two proposed fourplexes that match the scale of that existing house. And so I think it's important component worth mentioning here is that we're not proposing structures that are larger than what is currently exists. We're continuing the existing neighborhood pattern. And instead of sprawling here, though, we're proposing this as compact and efficient use of land while creating some community open spaces. Density has often been seen as a negative, which hasn't helped the lower and middle classes, while intensity or the size of a building has few limits. For example, if this site was developed by right with the current RS8 rules, the houses would most likely total more square footage than what we're proposing. So again, the request here is not more building or bigger buildings. It is a request to allow modest, compact development. Finally, on traffic, we've met with the neighbors and some have concerns with traffic, naturally. We've looked at multiple alternatives to minimize those impacts, and we landed on a design that provides a couple of options. The idea here is that no one is accessing or entering the 1010 site through Nottingham. So everyone entering the site is going to come off of 1010, off of Oglethorpe. A one-way drive is provided to provide a relief valve as an option exiting 1010 site if there is some bottlenecking with the road across the street. In response to Nottingham neighbors' concerns, where the one-way connects with Nottingham, we'll install a sign and through driveway design and curbs and discourage 1010 residents from turning right and kind of circulating into the Nottingham neighborhood. We believe this type of development attracts people who do not want to be auto-dependent and thus will naturally limit traffic through its design. As well as being walkable, 1010 Oglethorpe has bike lanes and currently 3 transit routes. A family can live here comfortably with one vehicle. Finally, I know change can be scary, but this is a return to a pattern of development that was normal prior to the automobile. If this kind of development is not appropriate on a mixed-use corridor in a very walkable area, is it appropriate at all in Athens? This project is resourceful with the land and the existing city infrastructure, and it's the ideal location to provide the desperately needed housing for the middle and low-income working class. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Bates. Is anyone else here to speak to this item?
I'm Linda Foote, and I live at 450 Nottingham Drive, and I've been living there for 44 years. And I think if those houses, 24 houses are built on 1.85 acres land, I think that would be not enough land, I think. And if they are around $300,000, the houses on Nottingham, the taxes will go up tremendously, I think. And I believe we'll have more traffic. And so I'm asking the planning commission to not vote for that housing development.
Thank you, Ms. Foote. Anyone else here to speak to this item?
Good evening. My name is Elaine Faust, and I live at 306 Nottingham Drive. And I hope that each one of the commissioner had a chance to read the petition that we had signed by close to 100 neighbors who were in opposition. In case you didn't, this is what the petition said. The proposed 24 total dwelling units are excessive for a 1.85 acre lot. The population within a typical 24 unit development would be appropriate 62 additional people. Parking issues will impact the existing neighborhood, and a new residents and their guests will spill over into Nottingham. Therefore, the demand for visitors and guest parking that will spill over into Nottingham Drive area and into Davis Place with additional parking, because we were told that each residence of this development would they will be required to have only 2 vehicles. And that's really not something that's realistic, because people have children, and children are going to have cars, especially teenagers. So where are they going to park but over onto Nottingham Drive? And also, you can't tell people who's going to enforce the exit to the left and not to the right. I mean, if that was enforced without law enforcement, we wouldn't have so many traffic accidents, because people would be obeying signs. So it's not realistic to say that people will not exit into the Nottingham area if they want to get out quicker. If it's a backlog trying to get out to the left, they're going to go to the right. So that's just something that's going to happen. And we are really concerned about that parking spillover into Nottingham. Also, we are concerned with gentrification. We know that with a new development, that could happen, because it's happened all over Athens. So also, I didn't read everything that was in the petition, because I know I only got 3 minutes. So I hope that you will take a look at this and not approve this development. This development is good, but it's not for Nottingham. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Faust. Anyone else here to speak to this item? Evening.
Hello, my name is Magdalene Mobley. I live at 425 Nottingham Drive. And this project that's being proposed is going to be right in my back door. I bought that house in 1989 by myself after having divorced. I worked hard. I raised my daughter. I now have raised my grandchildren. My daughter's now deceased. We want space. I want a yard for them to play in, and I have to be worried about so close to everybody else, and everybody is just going to choke me out, because if they feel that the only thing separating my house, my lot, from the proposed development that's coming is a 3-foot fence. That's all there's between us. I bought that house. It was raggedy. It still is not where I want it. But every time I got a tax refund, I put it on the house. Every time I had extra money, I put it on the house. I worked sometimes 2 jobs by myself to have a decent place to live. How can a place, all of this development that's coming going to choke me out? How can that be decent? And then and talking about traffic, I asked this question at one of our meetings. What are you going to do about traffic? And I was told, well, there's not much you can do about traffic on this street, that traffic. You know, I have been hit twice at the red light right there at Hawthorne and Oglethorpe. I'm sitting there. Somebody vamped me in the back while I'm sitting at the light. My brother totaled his car right there at that intersection. When he was living with me, sick, going to a doctor's appointment, somebody hit him and totaled his car. But those things will happen, so, you know, that's not the big issue. The issue is just that the closeness. the small area that's going to be, all these houses are going on. It's already, Nottingham is not a large community, and we don't have large lots like most of you. We don't. So what do you think that's going to do to us? It is not good. It is not right. It is not a consideration that you would give, you know, somebody else of your own stature. You wouldn't do that. You wouldn't do that. If you knew where I lived and could see for yourself, you would not want it yourselves. Now, I have other things to say, but I think I've made my point. It is not a good idea, and I have been there since 1984. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Moby.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Angela Mosley, and I live with my mother on 195 Terra Way, which is located in Forest Heights. I am asking Commission to vote no in regards to this motion on 1010. Although I know that there is a need for affordable housing, I've been listening to what you all have been speaking on for the past 2 hours. 3 houses does not, with 24, does not make affordable housing. I come to you as a public health professional because I am worried about public safety in the confines of, with traffic, emergency access to homes, people that live on the communities, churches, schools, that's one way in and one way out on Oglethorpe Avenue. It's a one-way street. Emergency vehicles cannot get out. If there is emergency and we have to leave our residences, we can't get out. So, and even in that 1010 complex, if there's an emergency, if there's a shooting, you can't get out. Bullets have no name. So before you want to condense the population, and I understand the need, you need to think about the entire community before you set the development. Allow that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mosley. Anyone else here to speak to this item? If there is anyone else, if you'd just line up.
Hello, my name is Dennis Jewell. I live at 1070 Oglethorpe Avenue since '98. And my neighbor, she's been there since '97. I understand about the housing issue that's going on. I think everybody's aware of that, but putting a home development there is like putting gasoline on a fire. I mean, it's too much can go down. I mean, I'm just the past month or two, I've witnessed, like, somebody mentioned about they can walk and all that. That's dangerous going through there. I've seen a girl and a dog almost get hit, like, and a couple, because people use that zone like to go around. You don't know what kind of drivers can go through there. She had to like run my yard just to keep from getting killed, pretty much. I don't know what the driver was like. And I think the people that live there now, I think got like a little kid. Just this week, the dog ran loose. And it almost frightened me, because I could have sworn the car was going to hit that kid and that dog. And that's just the people that stay there now. So imagine 23 families compressed in that area. That's a very serious thing, you know. So you got to really have a real good conscience to actually vote for something that this is, you know, that can affect so many different people. So we've been very fortunate to have too many incidents. We have a lot of, you know, but we open up a whole can of worms, a lot of too much what ifs, what could be. And, you know, just from the day-to-day life, you know, that you're going to take away from people. Because you can bring in new people, new neighborhoods, you don't know who they are. But, you know, it's just very, like I said, very dangerous, very scary to think what could possibly, I don't want anybody having any blood on their hands, but they could have did, and this could have happened. Well, I wish we didn't do this. So just the time to really stand up for something for everybody. Like I said, for the whole Athens community. Nottingham, Forest Heights, Hampton Park, you got the church, you got a school, all that's going to be affected. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jewell.
Good evening. My name is Dolores Lee, and I live at 374 Nottingham Drive. Now, we have petitioned, and why is nobody noticing that so many in our community are against this? We had a meeting. Only one person stood and said, oh, well, I think I would like to live there. He didn't live in the community. This is a family-oriented community. Our kids have grown up there. Our grandkids are there. You know, they made one statement, well, these smaller houses will be good for, you know, grandmothers that, you know, want to be near their children. I'm a grandmother. No, it's not. No, it's not. One little space, if in those spaces, 900 square feet, where my grandkids gonna sleep? What happens during the holidays? Like they said, I have a house on Nottingham. But when my grandkids, my older grandkids are coming, they're gonna bring their cars. My son's gonna bring his car. You know, it doesn't make sense to me personally. And here again, you have all these things that they're saying that one of the last meetings, I heard someone say, well, we decided we're going to put some parking on Nottingham. Where did that come from? Why was that missed and then added at a later time? Also, if it's such a good idea, why do they have to have all these waivers? You got 20-something waivers just to build on this 1.85 acres. It does not make sense to me. And for 24 units, it's crazy. And then they said, they told us that, well, we're gonna make sure, because our other fear is it's gonna load them up with students. So we were told that, well, we're going to say that the person who buys it has to stay on the property. Okay, who's gonna enforce that? Who is going to enforce that? If I decide that I wanted my grandson and I want to buy a house with somebody that has that kind of wealth, because I don't. We're going to buy for this house for my son while he's staying here in Athens and for school. So therefore, roommates to help pay for the rent and the mortgage and all of that kind of stuff. They say students aren't going to be able to live there. And we know when the students come, the noise comes, the extra parking comes, game day is impossible as it is. All of this is going to come into our quiet little nice little neighborhood. I'm for affordable housing. I'm in an affordable house for me right now. But who's going to enforce that?
Thank you, Ms. Lee.
You're welcome.
Good evening. My name is Daphne Smith, and I live at Forest Heights off Rockdale Court. And I oppose it. The traffic over here on Overthorpe is congested. And if we even try to get out where the store at, over here off the Chevron store, we can't even, we actually need a red light there. It's hard to get out of Forest Heights. Depending on the time of day you're trying to get out. And I'm retired. And this, y'all keep going up on these taxes. I have been in my house 7 years, and my taxes have doubled. So I'm sure you continue to add houses over there, the taxes are gonna go up, and they haven't approved. So I oppose. I would ask the committee to vote against it.
Thank you, Ms. Smith.
You're welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Commission. My name is Mildred Lyle, L-Y-L-E. I live at 1000 Oglethorpe Avenue, and I have lived there since 1985. I bought my home as a fixer upper. And later on, after about 2 years later, I remarried. And I had the help of my husband to help make the payments. We have enjoyed living there in our home. It's very humble. There's still a lot of things that need to be done, and perhaps we'll get around to doing some of them. I have listened to others speak, and they have mentioned practically everything I have on my sheet. And we have not gotten together and say, well, you say this or you say that. We're speaking about our fears. We're speaking about our about our concerns and how this is already, for me in particular, affecting me. I've lost my peace. I don't have peace of mind. My sleep has been interrupted. I'm having frequent headaches. Some of our property owners have been there in the Nottingham area for almost 50 years. For myself, 37 years. The traffic is just unreal. Just trying to leave my driveway, left or right. I'm looking here, I'm looking there, and over my shoulder, hoping no one will, once I start, run into me coming from either direction, or when I'm coming from the CVS, that area, Hawthorne, hoping no one will run into me. That happens frequently, just a nervous wreck already. We are a neighborhood of retired property owners. The age runs up to about 96. I'm afraid of excessive increased taxes. I'm afraid of gentrification. I just think 24 units is just too much. And I ask you all to search within your heart of hearts. Would you really want that next to you, your established neighborhood? I understand affordable housing and ownership, because every year I have a little private party thanking the Lord for my little fixer-upper. I don't want to lose it.
Thank you, Ms.
Please vote no.
All right, is there anyone else here to speak to this item?
Good evening. My name is Joe Polonetsky, and I own Nebo Realty here in Athens with my wife, Rachel Allen, and we are part owners of 1010 Oglethorpe, which we purchased with some dear friends with the hope of doing what we're doing or hoping to do with your blessing. So I'm here to talk to you briefly about the demand and why I feel that there is a demand for this type of housing. I think I'm going to be stating the obvious now, because a lot of us have kind of already understand where things stand with regard to affordable housing. But we have so many buyers desperate to buy in a market that has gone up in price so high and so fast that homeowners and all its wealth, that homeownership and all its wealth building opportunities has eluded them seemingly for good. These are people who aren't disenfranchised, because these are people who were never enfranchised. And I think that's really important to be made clear. I think the word hopeless is more in line. I have many buyers who could get out of their rentals and into a home if they could just find something with a mortgage similar to or less than their rent. The curse of the often higher rental energy bills could finally be broken, making homeownership even that much more attainable. 1010 is for them. These are people who want to live a life of smaller is better, not bigger is better. People who may be scaling down due to getting older or just wanting a simple, socially, environmentally conscious lifestyle, applaudable. They may own a car, they may not. And if they do own a car, I predict that the people who will be attracted to this neighborhood will be the ones who will proudly tell you, yes, I do own a car and I haven't been in it in 7 days because there's a bus stop near me. I can walk to the school, I can walk to work, I can go to the farmer's market, I can go to Bell's. 1010 is for them. These are people who are desperate for connection and community. 1010, in its essence, is designed for this. Having to walk past your neighbors to get to your home is only the beginning. Our indoor and outdoor gathering spaces and gardens are all designed to connect people young and old. People crave the ability to look after each other and be looked after, despite what Fox and CNN may want us to think. I know what buyers are looking for, and can't find, or if they can find it, it's too high priced and not attainable. I have countless conversations with clients who would be homeowners, who could be homeowners, itching for housing and community like 1010, and these conversations have been stacking up since long before we ever conceived of doing 1010. We cannot give these homes away, but I've not seen a plan like ours out there yet in Athens, one that will continually make homeownership more attainable for those without limitless funds, teachers, single-income buyers, younger and older buyers, and those who've had to, up to now, not be able to realize homeownership in Athens. 1010 is for them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Polineski.
My name's Matt Hall. Thanks for the opportunity. I just want to address a couple things. First, the choice that you have before you to make tonight, and secondly, I want to talk about gentrification because that, to me, is the biggest argument in favor of this proposal. First of all, the choice you're asked to make is not whether there should be new housing built at 1010 Oglethorpe, because the current zoning allows 9 new large houses to be built there, similar to what got built across from Bishop Park on Oglethorpe, priced at $675,000 based on recent sales. So if someone else had bought this property, those houses would already have been built. And that's what leads to gentrification. Unfortunately, our current zoning leads to gentrification because it creates this artificial scarcity of land, which leads builders to build bigger and bigger houses to recoup their land costs. And so you get these $600,000 houses instead of $250,000 houses. And gentrification happens when $600,000 houses go in near $200,000 houses. Then the tax assessor jacks up all the neighbors' property values and people get priced out. And I understand the fears. We've designed this project from the beginning to avoid gentrification in a couple of different ways. One is by reducing the land cost per units dramatically, by putting on more units on smaller parcels. And the second is by building smaller, by building 1,000 square foot, 1,100, even up to 1,300 square foot houses rather than 3,000 square foot houses. So these are houses that are going to sell from the low 2s up to the mid 3s, which the low 2s, that's where Nottingham is right now. Those can't gentrify, those can't raise anyone's assessed value because those are in keeping with the current sales that are happening in Nottingham. 350 is high for Nottingham, but these houses are different than the ones that exist in Nottingham now. And the great news that I have, which is kind of a bombshell, but we got it at the May Planning Commission meeting, is that the tax assessor's office has confirmed to Mr. Cowick in the planning department that our proposal would not be used to raise anybody in the neighborhood's tax assessed value because it's so different. He said, if you do RS8, conforming lots, 8,000 square foot lots, build some houses, then those are comparable and I can use those as comps. If you do 2,500 square foot lots with 1,100 square foot cottages on them, those are just not comparable. This missing middle housing is not comparable. And so the tax assessor assured the planning department staff that they would not use that as a basis for raising anyone's tax assessed value. So the bottom line is, and the most important point I think I can make today is, not only does our project provide housing for 24 middle income families to own their own home and to build wealth for their family, the same opportunity that all of these homeowners have enjoyed to their credit. It would give 24 new families that, but it would also protect everyone who you've heard speak tonight from gentrification. Voting no on this project would force us to sell the land, and the most likely buyer is going to be someone like Jared York or someone like that who's going to put up a bunch of large houses that are going to gentrify the neighborhood dramatically and quickly.
Thank you, Mr. Hall.
Thank you.
Anyone else here to speak this evening?
Hi, my name is Sarah Gehring. My address is 140 Griffith Street, and I am here to speak in favor of the proposed rezoning at 1010 Oglethorpe. Mr. Hall said a lot of what I had on my mind, and so I would just like to share two thoughts. The first is an anecdote, really, about my best friend, who currently lives in the apartments off of Westchester. He has some disabilities. He can't drive a car. He has a bike, but in order to get anywhere in town, he has to bike down Tallahassee Road in some of those most dangerous intersections in Athens. And so often he does not feel safe. Does not feel he has mobility. If he wants to get anywhere, he has to either have me come give him a ride or spend a lot of money on a Lyft. He's also a person who wants to make a home in Athens. And in town, in anywhere that is bikeable in Athens, there is simply nothing. There is not housing choice in Athens for a person who can't drive or wants to reduce their driving and doesn't have, $1 million to spend on a game day condo, I guess. And so I would really like to see this project specifically and projects like it for the disabled community in Athens, for my friend, and for everyone who wants to make Athens their home. And the only other thing that I wanted to say is that I've been following this project for a while. I'm really moved by it. I'm really excited. And I have read and reread and listened to the petitions from the neighborhood and the comments made at meetings. And I just want to say that I hope that this body and anybody that has control over this is not going to stop here, and that we can have cottage courts and missing middle housing in 5 Points, that we will come back and have these in Normaltown, in Boulevard, in any area in Athens that can be a walkable neighborhood, and that the actions of this body will show that this is not a targeted development that has been targeted at African American communities, and that we are going to build more in town so that we can have less traffic coming in from sprawl and that we can have more neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Anyone else here to speak this evening?
Sarah Zuniga from Winterville. If that's the case, then why not start building those projects on Pulaski or the other areas? Why start with this specific neighborhood? Why start this project in this particular black neighborhood? I don't understand that. If that's the case, why not start it? Build a couple of 24 houses behind the mayor's house. Why not? We can't build one behind Hull's house because he doesn't own one. He doesn't know what it is to own one, or Ms. Parker, right? This is not about affordable housing. This is about profits. This is about profits. Ms. Parker, this is about capitalism, the thing you hate, okay? So let's talk about it for what it is. It's about money.
Thank you, Ms. Zuniga.
I just have one quick question. Sarah, has the planning, I know you're.
Ma'am, if you would address the body.
Oh, I'm sorry, Susan Monteverdi again.
And ma'am, you're here to address the
Oh,
body.
I'm sorry. Sarah is on the planning commission, so I wanted to ask her a question. Has there been traffic mitigation studies done for this property? And what do they say? Because I go down Tallahassee like 20,000 times a day, and it's like really hard at 5 o'clock at night. I mean, it's backed up 4 blocks. So I just want to know what the traffic mitigation studies say, and I think the neighbors should have access to those studies. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name's Patricia Moody, and I stay at 285 Nottingham Drive. And my concern for this development project is that the traffic going out to Oglethorpe, it will be really bad because there'll be more congestion for all those 24 houses. And also eventually gentrification, because I don't think any houses in Nottingham cost $200,000, $300,000. So if they build those houses, that's going to make our taxes go up. And so eventually we'll be taxed out, and then that's called gentrification. So I just think that the development project is fine, but just in another area. Too strong.
Thank you, Ms. Moody. Anyone else here to speak this evening? All right, I'll go ahead and have Attorney Drake read the ordinance to begin with.
An ordinance to amend the Code of Athens-Clarke County, Georgia with respect to rezoning one parcel of land comprising approximately 1.85 acres located at 1010 Oglethorpe Avenue from RS-8 Single Family Residential to RS-5 PD
All right.
Single Family Residential Plan Development and for other purposes.
Thank you, Attorney Drake. This is in Commissioner Denson's district, District 5, so I'll turn it over to him.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And appreciate all the members of the Nottingham and Forest Heights community coming out, not only tonight, but also to the many community meetings that we've had about this, and appreciate discussing that and hearing y'all's concerns. Getting down to like what we have discussed tonight over and over and over again, we have a housing crisis. Our housing partners have actually specifically called it that during some of our meetings where we talked about for the housing. And the only way we get out of this housing crisis is by building housing. And it has to be built, though, not just student housing, not just luxury housing, because we've been getting quite a bit of that. What we haven't been getting has been workforce housing and affordable housing. And I think I hear the concerns, and I am going to support this plan development, but with conditions, ensuring that some of these things are addressed. So I have a CDO that has 3 conditions on there. One of those being the basic one about the left-hand only turn on the Nottingham Drive, and basically requiring infrastructure, curbs, and signage to be put in place so that cars literally cannot turn right, kind of like the curbs that are down there at CVS on Oglethorpe and Hawthorne. The other requirements are formally attaching the memorandum of understanding with Athens Land Trust and Habitat for Humanity, guaranteeing at least 3 affordable units that will be sold to those organizations for as low as $85,000 for them to get families in there in affordable housing. And then the last requirement being that as part of those MOUs, ensuring that these homes remain owner-occupied, and that would be enforced by the creation of an HOA that would actually enforce this so that the county government does not have to enforce it, which we cannot do. And to a few of the other concerns that brought up, because I mean, Oglethorpe definitely and Tallahassee definitely has traffic issues. That is completely, those things already exist here. And the study that was done for this showed that was going to be less than 1% increase in traffic. But the problems are already there. So we have Oglethorpe and Hawthorne intersection improvements are finally getting done, which we approved, 2 years ago, I think. Are slated for that process to start in October of this year. And the question that came up about the traffic study being made available, I have shared it. It's actually on my website, timdensonforathens.com. There is the Tallahassee Road safety audit and recommendations. It's a report, but also a whole plan that you can actually interact with the map, showing you all the different improvements and different fixes. Many of them have already been addressed and fixed, and many of them are coming. So that is available there too. And I will make sure that I share that again on my social media so that people can find that easily. But with that, I make a motion to support the CDO that I presented.
I'll second.
Got a motion from Commissioner Denson, second from Commissioner Link. Commissioner Link, any follow-up?
Yeah, I understand people's fears and fears of new development, especially adjacent to their property when you're living next to a piece of property that hasn't been developed. I'm living next to a lot right now that's getting a second house on it. I live in Boulevard, in town. I recognize that there is a desperate need for more housing, especially in these walkable in-town neighborhoods. I'm just looking at the map and recognizing the density of this project. It's pretty much equivalent to the density of the adjacent neighborhood. You know, this is a project on just under 2 acres. The adjacent just under 2 acres has 10 residential structures on it. This has 13 residential structures on it. It's not a significant increase in buildings. And we know we have a housing crisis. We know there's a desperate need for this modestly scaled single-family housing. I have plenty of friends who are stuck in large-scale homes, empty nester single moms who can't get out of their large-scale homes. They're stuck keeping up large yards. They would love to move into a smaller home like this in town where they have less yard to keep up with. Plenty of retirees, plenty of single folks, plenty of couples that don't have children, like my husband and I, who live in a 1,200 square foot home. There is a desperate need for this kind of housing. We live in a country that has encouraged overscaled, suburban-style housing for too long, and it was motivated, quite frankly, by racist intentions to segregate communities. Our traditionally African-American communities are the ones that are denser. This is very similar to what you might see in Hancock and Rock Springs, and those are communities that were built before cars were in everybody's driveway. This does allow parking for every single house. And yes, the traffic on Oglethorpe Avenue sucks, and it's always going to suck, until that loop interchange gets fixed. But that's a GDOT issue. But hopefully, because this project is built with walkability in mind, a lot of the people who live there will not have to get in their cars, and hopefully it will mitigate those potential traffic impacts. I know it's hard, but it's desperately needed, and I believe, our biggest job here behind this rail is to consider the greater good of the community. And I talked before about property taxes and the law of supply and demand. The more affordable, modestly scaled housing supply we can create, the more we can stabilize everyone's property taxes.
Got Commissioner Hamby?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. I think our main job tonight is to stand up for the neighborhood residents that have come to us to speak. I understand that there is a crisis, as you're talking about. I understand all those things. But I also understand the answer is not doing on the backs of the people who are going to be most impacted by this development. I also understand that we're doing things. Our planning commission's looking in things. They had a missing middle meeting last night. This is almost like putting the cart before the horse. Let's look at what the recommendations came out of that, and then see where it goes and see how it impacts neighborhoods like this. So let's don't jump the gun on this. But I will also say too, over the past 3 years, we have rezoned things. I remember one big rezoning. It was when Commissioner Neesmith was here with us. It was probably about 4 years ago. It's a huge piece of property right past the mall. That's 100-something acres. It was going to accommodate 1,000 units, I believe, is what it was. So there's areas in our community that are zoned appropriately that you could go and build things on. And you may not always get your first choice, or you may not always need to. You don't.
I appreciate it. I need to be able to hear everybody speak.
I love the applause, but yeah, it's going to take me a while here for a minute. I usually don't get applause, but the thing is, let's listen to the neighborhoods. A lot of people could say it's NIMBYism. It's not NIMBYism, y'all. It's just people trying to protect what they have invested in their whole lives. We heard from people here tonight that have been here since 1985. They've been paying taxes since 1985. I did a cursory review as people were talking just about the housing values in Nottingham. I just went down Nottingham and Davis Street. I came across one that was $208,000, one that was $197,000. Y'all, the majority of the homes are $140,000 or less in Nottingham. And to say that this is not going to be impacted, it is. Because what's going to happen, as we've seen with construction costs, by the time this gets ready to build, it ain't going to be missing middle anymore. It's going to be upper middle class middle because of the building costs that are going to be associated with it. And also another point, and this is always a sticking point of mine, if we're giving people a rezone, and this is what I always look for. If we're giving people a rezone, what are we getting back? What is the community? What is the neighborhood getting back around there? Right now, we're only getting back 3 affordable units out of 24 units on 1.87 acres. That's not a whole lot of affordable units to be getting back for this community on 1.87 acres. And the densities there, I haven't even gotten started. I got just a few more seconds yet, but haven't even gotten started on the number of waivers that have been asked for in this project. That's uncalled for. I mean, that is uncalled for. We need to get this to get the ordinances looked at that Brad is recommending, and then go from there. So, thank you.
We've got Commissioner Parker.
Thank you. As always, it's very difficult to weigh the decision to protect what we have versus build for what we need. And as well, in these deliberations, think about who is in the room and who's not. And as someone that is frequently, almost always, the youngest person in this room, I think about the fact that, as Ms. Zuniga said, I don't own a home, and I might not never, because we don't have enough housing here in Athens. And if that's true of me, thinking about the fact that we have a school district that's majority Black and Latinx, and a town that is majority white, where are those young people going? They're not staying here, and a part of that might be that there's nowhere to stay. And it's not just young people either. I mean, we don't have a lot of folks coming out to speak in favor because we don't have a lot of young people speaking out at these meetings in general who are most impacted by the housing scarcity in our community and the inability to afford homes, as some may have from a previous generation. But it isn't just young people. I think about my mom, who rented an apartment for 10 years before she moved into her sister's house earlier this year. And if my math is correct, that's $120,000 in rent she paid and saw nothing for when she walked away from the place that I called my home. And so when we think about the future that we want for the city and not just preserving what we have, we do have to make hard choices so that Athenians can continue to be Athenians. And so I just want everyone to think about that as we make this decision this evening. What decisions are we also making for the youth of this community that can't afford to stay, who may resign themselves to being exploited by landlords for their entire lives? Because it's not just Athens. It's increasingly cities across this country that lock us out of the opportunity to build wealth. We didn't get the chance to hear from them, but I hope y'all hear us now.
Commissioner Wright?
Yeah, I'm going to try to stick with the topic at hand and the housing crisis that the people in this neighborhood have come and expressed to us. I'm not going to repeat what they said, but they came here very concerned about this project. I'm very concerned about this project. The passion they came forward here to share with us, their concerns, is real versus a hypothetical who may be here. I would like the attorney to be able to speak to what is a new details with a commission-defined option on the table. I think that there's a lot that was brought up that I'm not sure we're really equipped to add in at this point. I'm not sure, but after I make my comments, if the attorney has more to add to that, I'd like to know it. The staff, our planning staff, recommended a denial. That speaks volumes to me as well. And we still can't mandate owner occupancy. That's still something we can't mandate. And then let's go with the lot coverage. The lot's going to be 54% covered, and some of the individual lots are going to be 50 to 60% covered. This is dense. Oh, it's density, all right. But I don't think, it just seems that if some of the names weren't on what this group that's brought this forward to, and if there were different names on it, it would be denied real quick by some people that I sit next to. So I think that we need to listen to what staff said about this, listen to the neighbors, because this is causing them already. The woman who said she has already lost peace of mind because of this topic, I hope that they have been coming forward to the Planning Commission and speaking out since this began, and I will not be able to support this.
Commissioner Davenport?
Yeah, so my concern is the quality of life. It's something that I ran on in 2018 and I still continue with today. It's the fact that, like, we have people in our community who bought their homes decades ago. They raised their family, they raised their kids, they got accustomed to the neighborhood. And this project's a beautiful project. I love it. I just think it's in a really bad location. Traffic issues, the density issues, and just owner occupancy issues. But like, you know, we do have a housing crisis in Athens. We really do, but we do have a lot of available land to build houses on. I had a situation near my neighborhood, in my district, where there were some concerns about, you know, infrastructure, concerned about the quality of life of disrupting the neighborhoods around them as well. But, you know, this is one of those similar situations where we have a beautiful project in an area that needs this type of development. It's just in the wrong place, and just, you know, and honestly, I can't go against Dolores Lee, so I'll be voting no on this as well.
Commissioner Thornton?
I'm voting no, but when we cannot figure out in our general budget how to get to a 12.2 millage rate to freeze taxes, I think someone mentioned that on the resolution that we need to listen to the people that have come to us. These people have come to us too. They've come to us. They're talking about what we need to do. That was one reason I didn't vote for the resolution, but that's another whole story. Mr. Hall mentioned about zoning. That's a problem, and we agreed it was a problem. Well, fix the problem and don't put the solution on these people's backs. If it's a zoning problem, let's fix the zoning problem. The last thing, I figured out it was about 25 years of urban renewal. 25 years, I think it was 19, whatever it was, 25. 25 years from now, who's going to come back and say, instead of Lennon Town, oh, this is where Nottingham used to be? We're up here trying to patronize Lennon Town and disfranchising the folk that are already here. I will also say, Commissioner Parker made a good point about Athenians. These are Athenians. These people are from Athens. And young people can't come back here to live because they can't even find a job. They can't even, I got a text from somebody right now trying to get into teaching. Can't find a job from Athens. So, you know, I think a lot of times we all try to be objective. And sometimes it's misunderstood. But I'm very passionate, and I'm a tit for tat person. I'm not going to go along just to get along with nobody. I notice if y'all look, no matter what vote comes down, certain folk always vote with certain folk. At least we do chop it up a little bit on our side. This is wrong. No matter how you put it, it's wrong. You're displacing the same folk. I imagine if I was in the room with the great white leaders back in urban renewal, I could justify why we would demolish Lennon Town and all these other black communities. Now we want to do stuff to remember them. We don't need to remember them. We need to nurture them and help them exist. And we got property out in Jesse Hull's area that would be perfect for this. And it's our property. It's the local government's property.
Commissioner, I need to move on. Commissioner Houle.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to try to avoid too much of the theatrics here.
Because you've already done them.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I think the truth is that the thing that feels easier in this room, looking at y'all who I've met with a bunch, would be to vote no tonight. That's what you want to hear. What you want to see us do is vote no. My sincere belief, however, is that a no vote on this project doesn't get us anything better. I truly believe that. And I could be wrong. I'm sitting here letting you know I could be wrong. I don't know. But I think there's a reality in the the market conditions, whatever you want to call it, the desirability, this lot, something's going into 1010 Oglethorpe one way or another. And I think if this doesn't go into 1010 Oglethorpe, it is extremely likely that what we get will be more expensive, it will be larger, and it will likely be a more invasive affront to the very things that I think many of the people in this room are concerned about, many of the concerns I've heard in the meetings I've been to and that I've received in phone calls and emails and talked with people about. I also happen to believe that this isn't just about staving off a very bad thing with something less bad. I happen to believe that this type of development is a good type of development. I do believe it's something we need more of. I would welcome it down the road from where I live. I appreciate Commissioner Parker's points about renters. I'm not going to get into that too much except to just clarify that a majority of people in Athens do rent, myself among them, and we'd pay taxes through our rent and through the things that we purchase with sales tax and such. We're all members of this community. And I think more of us would have the opportunity to do better than rent and own if more development like this occurs. I think it's unfortunate that the geographic location of this one, being the first one that we're going to see of this nature that will hopefully come to fruition, sits where it does, next to a predominantly African-American community instead of across the street. But I'd love to see it across the street too, instead of in 5 Points, but I'd love to see it in 5 Points too. And so I'm hoping that this is the first of many of these types of developments, maybe not exactly like this, but a denser, more walkable, more affordable, smaller scale development. At the end of the day, the only reason that we get to talk about this at all is because the applicants are looking to do something outside of what can be built by right. And the bleak reality is that what you can build by right in this community is not very good. It's a lot of what's gotten us here. And I fear that it sounds good to vote no tonight and then throw my hands up later when something else goes in and say, well, there's nothing we could do. They built it by right. But I actually think this is the opportunity we have to do something pretty good. And I hope that that resonates with the folks in this room as sincere and thoughtful at the very least. Thank you.
Commissioner Myers.
Yeah. This is, clearly a very emotional topic for all of us, and I'm listening to everyone out there. I'm listening to everyone, and I'm making a decision about what I think is we need to do to move forward. We're talking about zoning not needing a lot of variances for that, and that's because for the most part, we have zoning that allows apartment complexes and single-family houses that require you to drive a car to get to them. Okay. If we're going to change that, we're going to have zoning variances, and we have to change things. And yes, we do that all the time. Sometimes I agree with it, sometimes I don't. Last year, I didn't agree with it when we were doing it to do high-end student housing. And what I said a year ago was that I wanted to see housing for this middle income area. And I know for many people who've lived in a house for a long time, you think, oh, this is crazy, this is not middle income. Well, I'm going to get personal here. I got divorced a couple of years ago and I had to find a house. I bought my house for $110,000. That house was affordable until a few years ago. That house is now for a few years ago I thought it was $140,000. It's $260,000. There are houses in Nottingham right now. The problem is there's tons of houses there that are on Zillow at over $200,000 and they will sell. And the reason I know that is because I bought a house last year. Okay? I found a house. So what I'm saying is that, and right now there is no housing. I just looked on Zillow. There are 10 houses, 15 houses for people in the range of $150,000 to $250,000. We have a housing problem. This is a housing solution that is not just here in Athens. We had a national, evaluator come in and give us this whole hour-and-a-half presentation. We have a 70-page outline of what it is. This exemplifies the kind of housing we're going to do. And the reality is, wherever we put this, whatever people, if they're young or old, people are going to come in and be unhappy because this is different. It's different. Okay, a lot of people aren't going to want to live here. Okay, Some people will, but that's true of lots of different spaces, isn't it? Okay? So we're not trying to make a one place for everyone, but there are people who want to live in smaller places, who want to be able to get on a bus, who want to not have to pay $800 a month for upkeep, maintenance, and a car payment. So this is housing for them. It's one area on a busy road. Anyway, I will be supporting this. I hear what you're saying. It's a tough decision to make. I'm making it thoughtfully.
Commissioner Edwards.
I'm about ready to vote. I mean, I think just looking at what could be built here by right, probably 9 luxury mansions, and then looking at this project in comparison, to me, it looks like the most positive contribution to make to the neighborhood would not be 9 luxury mansions on this lot. So that's where I fall. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner.
I'll just make one quick point. I've heard it so many times when zoning comes up about what somebody could build by right. It's happened a lot in my district. It's happened in other people's districts. And you know what? It never happens. And someday it might. You know, I'm not saying it would, but sometimes by right is maybe the right thing to do. What I know now is that 24 houses are going to impact this neighborhood. And all we're getting out of this 24 houses by increasing this density are 3 affordable housings. Once these houses are up to $300,000, you're talking about, I don't know how affordable that's going to be for a lot of people, really. I mean, at the end of the day, it's not going to be affordable for me. It wouldn't be affordable for you, Commissioner Myers. So what I'm saying is, think about the people in the neighborhood. Think about the people that it's impacting directly today. Thanks.
All right, we've got a motion on the floor from Commissioner Denson, second from Commissioner Link, so we'll begin a roll call with Commissioner Denson.
Denson,
Yes.
Hool,
Yes.
Edwards,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
Thornton,
No.
Hamby,
No.
Davenport,
No.
Parker,
Yes.
Blink,
Yes.
Wright.
No.
6 yes, 4 no.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, go ahead and move on now. We've got time for resident input on any item not on the agenda tonight. And so now's that time, if anybody is here to speak to anything that was not on the agenda tonight.
Good evening, I'm Shane Blackwell, resident of Athens. I'm the president and CEO of the Northeast Georgia Black Chamber of Commerce. I serve as the executive director of the Northeast Georgia Business Alliance Foundation. In 2020, the Northeast Georgia Business Alliance was funded $510,000 through the Athens-Clarke County Unified Government and the Federal CARES Act. We had 260 go through the orientation, 197 applied. We successfully awarded over 135 local small businesses with grant funding during the height of the COVID-19 pandemic, which prevented many small businesses from closing and further negative impact on the local economy. We did not hand out grants, but we educated our grant participant using the FDIC approved Money Smart Small Business Program to educate our grant participants. The same program we introduced to our members and board in 2018. Today, many of these grant recipient businesses are thriving and are seeking employees, which we maintain data on our grant participants. We would like to congratulate the Mayor and Commission on their support and foresight for approving the $7 million for youth development and $4 million for workforce development programs and support given towards the summer programs. However, due to the current economic situation and the inflation pressure experienced from many households, it is imperative that we also support programs and funding that help lift people out of poverty through economic solutions and means. We have submitted to the city manager, Blaine Williams, and each of the commissioners should have received a copy of our summer youth employment program via email, and that you strongly consider funding this program, which we feel is a hand up and not a handout, to improve our economic situation for our youth ages 14 through 18 and keeping our youth safe and out of trouble. We look forward to participating in the upcoming working session to discuss the benefits of this program we bring to our aspirants participating in this program, as well as to the local economy, major employers, governmental agency, school system, university, and most importantly, our small local businesses. Thank you for your time, consideration. For the general public who is listening, if you are interested in your youth participating in our program, please join us at our table located at the Hot Corner event from 11 a.m. until 3 p.m. this Saturday, June the 11th. To the commissioners that's on my left and to the commissioners on my right, I please ask you all to please support me and my organization in this program. We have many, many more programs that we'll be presenting to you all next summer using the youth development program dollars. But we're asking for your workforce development dollars that you all approved recently. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Blackwell. Anyone else here to speak to any item not on the agenda tonight?
Sorry I'm late. I'm an entrepreneur and a hard worker, so I'm just going to say what I wanted to say earlier. Shanice Allen, 130 Meredith Ridge Road. As president of Inner East Athens Neighbors, we are hardworking taxpayer, home and landowners, and entrepreneurs who have been treated as if our lives do not matter. We have collectively lived in East Athens for over a century. We have generations and generations of rich culture and heritage that has been wiped away and bulldozed, as some of you, as you've shown tonight, know what is best for us. We have followed the process, stuck with the process, and trusted the process, only to be slapped in the face, kicked in the back, and have your knee on our necks. There is lack of transparency. We have been left out of conversations, even when we have met with the appropriate people. Our group met with the mayor, Mayor Gertz, on 3 separate occasions. Monday, November 23rd, 2020, via Zoom. Friday, February the 11th, 2022, via Zoom. And we also had a face-to-face town hall meeting on Sunday, April 24th, 2022. We asked the mayor who is at the table representing East Athens, and we were told no one. Yet, still plans to revitalize East Athens surface. I also had a face-to-face meeting with the mayor and Fred Smith on January 14th, 2022. Not once was there any discussion about $30 million application for congressional directed spending from Senator Warnock's office in the name of East Athens revitalization, $25 million to Athens Housing Authority, and $5 million to a new business owner to East Athens. Where was the community input? Who decided that these were important projects that needed to receive support over what the community has been waiting for since the 1980s? We have been told untrue statements from our elected officials time and time again. We were told that the renters are being built for families to move in and that no one is being left out, only to find out that renters are now being told that they must show monthly income of 3 times the rent in Athens. New form of housing discrimination or redlining. It seems that the concern is to displace poor people and people of color from the downtown area and spilling over to East Athens so that the downtown can expand to become more urbanized and walking, biking community and more student friendly. I am disappointed in how our commission is erasing our neighborhoods, culture, and neighbors because UGA students matters. UGA student lives matter. Yes, they do. But more than ours? We have been told that UGA students are being paid money to move off campus to Inner East Athens. What are we supposed to do? Do you want us to move out? Do you want us to be out of the city? Do you want our neighbors living in cars, tents, and under bridges?
Thank you,
We
Ms.
shall
Allen.
not be moved. We will not be another Lennon Town. Thank you.
Anyone else here to speak to any item not on the agenda this evening? All right. I've got reports from charter officers. Anything tonight, Mr. Manager?
No, sir.
Anything tonight, Attorney Drake?
No, sir.
All right. I've got just a couple of things. Clerk reminded me that I had not read into the record the members of the Lexington Road TAD Committee, and so I will do that at this point. Those members are Mac Duncan, Shanice Allen, May Walter, Rhett Butler, Brantley Colbert, and Shane Deacle. So those are now on the record. Also have an ad hoc committee to appoint for review of charter officers, and those members will meet on Thursday, and those are Commissioners Davenport, Denson, Houle, Edwards, Myers, and myself. And then we're going to go around the room. I'll begin with Commissioner Houle and end with Commissioner Denson.
To everyone's delight, I don't have anything to add tonight. Thank you.
It really sunk into me this evening how far we've come in our parliamentary deliberation. I feel like everybody made your motion, and then it was seconded, and then the debate followed. So we definitely took up some weighty topics, but they were done in a very vastly improved manner than where we've come from. So I'm proud of the progress that I'm witnessing among us. It's great. I mean, the debate goes, and then it's done, we vote, it's over, we move on. So good job, guys and gals and everybody. Good job, everybody. Thank you.
I'll just speak briefly, just thanking everyone again for working well together on this budget process. A month ago, I was very apprehensive about going into this budget process as a mayor pro tem and facilitating it, and I appreciate all the work that my fellow commissioners did together and listening to each other. Thankful for that. I'm also especially thankful to and grateful that I live in this community where we're going to be having Juneteenth celebrations for the next 19 days, Pride celebrations, Hot Corner Festival, and Athfest. And I'm very glad to be living in this community when so much is going on and so many good connections are made. Thank you.
Mike told me to keep it short, so I'm not going to keep it as short as Commissioner Houle. I'm very excited also about where we are. I hope we do never forget the tragedies in Texas and Buffalo, New York, and Ukraine. We get so tied up in our in stuff that there are people who are so much worse than we are. So I hope that, for those that believe in prayer, to keep those folk in mind. I'm sorry I will not be here for the festivities of Pride Week. My family's coming in for Pride Week and Athens, the Juneteenth event. So the Thorntons will be represented at both events. But I would be remiss if I let anybody go home and not feel some emotion about how a group of people were responded to. I've seen this before with this group, and I don't get it. I really don't get it. If this was the people that we all fought against 4 years ago, I'm not going to call no groups, but we're supposed to be the liberal and the transparent and the fair, and and we're not doing that for everybody, and it's very hurtful and it's very painful. But maybe somebody will get a conscience before it's over with.
I'm good, Mayor. Thank you. Have a good evening. Appreciate it.
I'll be quick. Happy Pride. Great festivities this weekend, so everybody please come out downtown and celebrate. Athfest, and happy June. Happy Father's Day to all the fathers as well.
I just want to say that there's a lot of talk about missing middle housing all night, and the public may not have been looped in yet to what that even is. We learned a lot last night at our missing middle housing presentation from the folks that undertook that study. With a lot of planning commissioners here who helped initiate that so we could figure out more innovative ways to get smaller scale housing that's more affordable for folks and address this housing crisis we're in. But that information is online for folks to look at, that full report, if they're interested in what we mean when we're talking about missing middle housing. I think if you look at the pictures of it, house scaled development and not this block scaled giant, apartment buildings that we associate with multifamily housing. So it's definitely worth a look if you're interested in learning more about this term you keep hearing floating around. I don't have the exact website, but I am going to send it out in my newsletter this week. And I believe I wish Brad was still here. I believe it's under the Planning Department's section of the website. So please take a look at that if you're interested in, kind of unpacking some of what we were talking about this evening. That's it.
I just want to wish everyone, hope everybody gets a nice little break and a nice little rest. We're taking off a couple meetings. And enjoy this weekend's festivities. I won't be in town. I'll be spending Father's Day with my father. But yeah, I hope everybody gets a break and travels safely and gets some much needed R&R.
All right. This is took 3.5 years, but it's the first time I think I'm finishing it out. So yeah. Just quickly, I do want to remind folks that District 5, not the current District 5, but the future District 5, is in a runoff election. It's the only local runoff election we have. Early voting starts this Saturday, actually, June 11th, at the Board of Elections downtown, and will continue for, I think, 8 days. But the actual election is going to be on June 21st. There's, of course, a number of other state, congressional, partisan elections that are runoff too, but that is, again, the one local, nonpartisan. So please turn out for that. And definitely, as Commissioner Myers pointed out, fantastic things coming out here with Pride, Juneteenth Hot Corner. So very much looking forward to that and us being able to get back into that since we've not been able to do it for years. The last thing I want to bring up, though, which I know was already mentioned some, was, we've had a few more extreme, just disastrous shootings, of course, in Uvalde and in New York, and we've passed resolutions, right? We've held rallies, we've worn the shirts, we've done all this stuff. But Mayor, I am honestly, I know we're probably limited, vastly limited legally by state and federal law, but I think it'd be worthwhile to at least put together an ad hoc committee to see what we could do on a local level when it comes to gun regulation and or safety initiatives. I know that we're able to do regulatory fees on gun sellers. That's one thing that you can do in local government. There's limitations with that too. Whatever we could do, though, if we had that fee going towards gun safety initiatives or something like that, in our community, this is just happening everywhere. And we've had guns found at our schools recently in the last few months. I feel like we just have to be creative and do whatever we possibly can, and possibly be on the forefront of what local governments can do, especially when you're stuck in states that, in the face of these tragedies, instead just make it where anybody can carry a gun without any kind of training. So if you could consider that, I think it would be something worthwhile.
Thanks, Commissioner. Could I hear a motion to adjourn?
And to make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
I've got a motion from Commissioner Denson, second from Commissioner Davenport. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, we stand adjourned.